Have our court reporter today. Good. Good afternoon, Ms. Robb.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. I assume we're ready to go. Okay, thank you. We will formally open this meeting of the Illinois Board of Review for today, August 29th, 2023. Everyone is currently muted so as we can get ourselves organized and to reduce the amount of distractions that may occur. These proceedings are being formally recorded by the Zoom as well as our court reporter. So it's important that we only have one person speaking at a time. And so I'd ask that everyone would pay close attention. The preliminary portion of this meeting will be the review and reading of cases that have been resolved, or if there's a particular request for a continuance or otherwise withdrawal. So if your matter is noted as moot or moot complied, if you don't understand what that means, please call the administrator on the letter. There's a number on the letter that you receive inviting you to this meeting. Please don't break into the hearing to ask for someone to help you understand that. It's important that we get through these. We have a very long list today to get through. We want everyone to have an opportunity to argue their case and to get a fair hearing. And so we thank you and appreciate your presence and your cooperation. What we will do now is that we will have the board and the other panelists introduce themselves, after which we will hear from the law department, and the law department will let us know which matters are being withdrawn or otherwise resolved and will not be heard today. Again, this is a formal hearing, and so everyone is expected to act and participate as if you were in a courthouse or in the courtroom itself. So appropriate dress is required. Men not wearing hats. You can't be reclining in your seats. You can't be in bed. You must be seated and appropriate, not moving around and paying attention to what we're doing. Understood? So thank you very much. And if you can't cooperate or be civil, then you will be muted and dismissed. Thank you. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, board chair.
Ralph Pincus, board member.
Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tenney, senior board member.
Beverly Penn, board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's representing the law department today to give us a list of matters that have been resolved or withdrawn, or otherwise withdrawn?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson. This is Michael Rullo, RULLO, on behalf of the city. I'll be handling the moot list today.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Please proceed.
Directing the board's attention to number 1 on the list, 2301 East Albert Street. The appellant is a PNL Holdings LLC. The appeal is ending 003522. That matter can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you. Moving
to number 8. Property address of 5306 Harbison Avenue. The appellant is a New Cortland Properties. Appeal ending 003908. That can be marked moot complied.
Thank you, moot complied.
Moving to number 9, 2541 North Hutchinson Street. Appellant is an Israel Lopez. Appeal ending 003840. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Moving to number 13, 742 Graymont Street, a Darka Kuanova, appeal ending 003927. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Moving to number 17, 2732 North 15th Street, Eddie Ferguson, appeal ending 003671. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Moving to number 21, property address of 6831 North 9th Street. Christopher Brown is the appellant, ending 003694. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Turning to number 23, 2328 North 50th Street, Cheng Jiang Song, appeal ending 003615. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Turning to number 27, 2005 Walnut Street, Michael Singer, appeal ending 003133. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, thank you.
Turning to number 32, 151 West Champlust Avenue. The appeal is a Lafayette Fanning, appeal ending 002945. That violation was withdrawn.
Withdrawn, thank you.
Moving to number 37, 4702 Cedar Avenue. and Ilmer and Elena Muskayev. Appeal ending 003834. That can be marked moot complied.
Will comply. Thank you.
Turning to number 39, 2548 West Cheltenham Avenue. Appellant is a Chun Lim. Appeal ending 003910. That can be marked moot complied.
Thank you. Will comply.
Turning to number 41, property address of 11627 Barnes Street. Appellant's name is a John Santangelo. Appeal ending 003858. Excuse me, did I get that right? 858. Yes, that can be marked moot complied.
Will comply. Thank you.
I believe that there are some settlements that would be read into the record. I will let my colleagues handle that. And then I think I do have a couple of LLCs cases, but I believe the board will handle that after the settlements are entered.
Okay. I'd like to then hear from other members of the law department. Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, board. This is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia. There's a few matters that I would like to go over as preliminary matters today. First would be number 3 and 4 on the list, which is the appeals related to 1730 Wharton Street. We have an agreement on both of those matters that they should be marked as city affirmed with a 180-day stay of enforcement.
Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. This is a blanket settlement for both?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Both violations? Okay. We
Correct.
will then poll the board regarding HA-2021-005682 and HA-2021-005685. Both regarding 1730 Wharton Street, Pelican Point Investments, LLC. City affirm 100-day stay of enforcement per agreement. I invite my colleagues to join me in the vote.
City affirmed per agreement, 180-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 180-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 180-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 180-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 100-day stay of enforcement on both 3 and 4.
Yeah, Mr. Washington, just want to be clear. That's a 180-day stay of enforcement. You were a little broken up there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. 100-day stay of enforcement on both 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Washington, we'll ask Mr. Wade to take you out, bring you back because you're really breaking up. So I'll ask him to consult with you as we go through this. All right, thank you. All right, next, Mr. Johnson, have anything else?
Yes, thank you. Number 16 on the list is 1408 through 10 Reed Street, 1408 Reed LLC, appeal number HA 2022-003167. This is a case where the parties are asking the board to reschedule it in 60 days. There are underlying issues with the building and the violations that we have a scheduled call with both the inspectors and the plans review folks at the department next week to hash out what needs to happen on that building, and hopefully it'll be resolved before the next listing.
Okay, so that would continue for 60 days.
Thank you.
Okay, well, before we do that, though, I'm just asking, you really wanted to be continued for 60 days. Is the attorney representing the appellant present, Meredith Fellinger?
Ms. Furliger is not. I had told her that I would handle it. She had a CLE she was attending this afternoon, so she's in agreement with asking for the 60-day continuance.
Okay, thank you. We'll continue it then. Okay, anything further?
Next, number 24 on the list, it's 2651 Buckius Street, All Saints Development LLC. And I know that Mr. Toner is present and represents the appellant in that case. We've agreed to continue that one as well. There is a form that is going to be completed and submitted by the appellant that should resolve the issue and will make it moot by the next listing.
Okay, who's the attorney representing the appellant?
Mr. Chairman, Paul Toner
Oh, Sarah.
with
Yeah.
Orphanese and Toner.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you put your name on the record, and so you assume that you agree with Mr. Johnson.
We do. We agree with everything Mr. Johnson said.
How
Okay.
long? How long?
60
Is-
days.
60 days? Okay. So note the record that it'll be continued for 60 days.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
You too.
One more that I have, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
is hold on, let me look down the list. It's number 25 on the list, 260 South 16th Street, Ferraro Construction Group LLC, HA 2021-004900. Mr. Andrew Miller is present and represents the appellant in that matter. And that is a case where we're asking for an additional continuance of quite a while, probably until next year. Just not a whole year, but like maybe like 5 or 6 months, because there's pending litigation between the neighbors regarding the work that was performed as part of that project that should resolve the code issues.
Okay. Mr. Miller? Andrew Miller?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Sir, would you put your name on the record, please?
Good afternoon, Andrew Miller for the respondent.
Okay. And you concur with Mr. Johnson's representations regarding the continuance?
I do.
Okay. So we'll continue for at least 6 months. Now, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Miller, this is what, the second or third time we've continued this?
That's correct.
Can either of you or both of you agree that this will be it?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Well, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, we have litigation pending in the Commerce Court, and the hope is that we will get resolution in court that will render these proceedings moot. But I can't make a promise to the board that the case will be resolved in that period of time.
Well, of course, our concern here at the board is that it just continues to back up our calendar. We have a lot of cases hanging around, and we're trying to move them along. And we try not to continue more than twice.
What I would offer to the board is that in the event that the issues underlying the appeal are not resolved by the next listing, I will make an attempt with Mr. Miller to find an accommodation or a stay of enforcement that they may allow for the matter to be resolved.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll continue this matter for, I think you said 6 months was the request?
Yes.
Am I marking this must be tried?
In this instance, no. Let's not do must be tried because of the underlying pending matter in court. So we'll just note it as continue for 6 months. And we will rely on Mr. Johnson's representations that, in fact, he will find a way to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yep. All right. Mr. Johnson, is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Curley.
Good afternoon, Board. Caroline Curley on behalf of the city. I have a number of preliminary matters before you.
Okay.
Bringing your attention to number 26 on the list. That is, the property is 8 Oregon Avenue. Americo Real Estate Company. It's the appellant, HA 2022-002773. I believe Counsel Ms. O'Neill submitted a continuance request. The city is not going to oppose that, and in fact, we'll join it. We'd ask for a continuance of 90 days. This is a older violation that has taken some time to obtain information necessary for the appellants to comply. And we believe we'll be able to reach a resolution prior to that 90-day date.
Okay. Is Mr. O'Neill present?
I'm present, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please put your name on the record.
Sure. My first name is Augusta, Augusta. My last name is O'Neill. That's O''Neill.
Okay. My apologies, ma'am. So you concur with Ms. Curley's representations?
I do, sir.
90-day continuance?
I believe that should be sufficient to work out everything to make it the violation moot.
Okay, we will continue this for 90 days then. Thank you.
Thank you
Have a
so
good
much.
afternoon.
You as well. Thank you.
The next matter I want to bring to the board's attention is number 28. That's property 2731 North Darien Street. Appellant is Killian Gersing. Board, I believe there was a continuance request submitted by Ms. Gersing on behalf of the appellant, who is actually an LLC. And I don't believe that they have an attorney, so I wanted to confirm both of that.
Okay, well, we did not review this matter in executive committee, only noted that an attorney is required because of its LLC ownership. So
Right.
is anyone present? Killian Gersing, are you present? Killian Gersing. Anyone present representing the interests of 2731 North Darien Street? Okay, no one's responding, Ms. Curley. So what we will do, we will hold this matter in the regular order. And if no one responds at that time, we will take appropriate action.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The next matter I wanted to bring to the board's attention is number 35. That's 1833 through 39 South Broad Street. And the appellant is Rajland LP. I reached out to this appellant, didn't get a response, but I also wanted to inquire whether the board was aware of any attorney on this matter.
Well, a Christopher McCabe is noted.
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. McCabe?
Yes, Christopher McCabe, board. I was dealing with Mr. Johnson on this matter. I didn't realize Ms. Curley was handling this matter for the city.
Okay.
Neither did I. I will confer with Mr. Johnson. If he's already taken care of it, then that's then I don't have any problem.
It's not been taken care of. It's
Well, yep. Let me confer. We'll circle
Okay.
back on that.
Oh, just before that, but before either of you leave though, is it the expectation of all parties that this would be heard today?
I have no other information than I thought I was handling it, and I wasn't aware of any attorney when I had sent the exhibits to the board. So that's what I wanted to confer.
Okay, Mr. McCabe, was your expectation that you're ready to go today?
Yes, I sent my exhibits to the board and copied Mr. Johnson on the
Okay.
on my transmittal to the board.
Okay, well, let's do this then. If Ms. Curley, you, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. McCabe can go to a breakout room and sort of sort out who's going to say what.
I can I'll speak to Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
Once you guys once the list is started,
Sure.
we'll be able to resolve that. No problem.
Okay.
And I do have one more matter I wanted to bring to the board's attention. It's number 40 on the list. It's 1826 South 18th Street. The appellant is Stephen Newberry, HA 2022-003864. My understanding is that there was also a continuance request on this property, but I had this appeal is of an unsafe designation, which is a technical appeal.
Yes.
So we would just ask that it be transferred to the Board of Building Standards for the next listing.
Okay, let's do this. Is Stephen Newberry present? Anyone representing Stephen Newberry? Stephen Newberry.
I believe Mr. Moto had sent an email to me indicating that the appellant wasn't going to appear and was requesting a continuance.
Okay, let's do this then. I will ask Mr. Wade to check the record while we're hearing the other cases to see what we should be doing with this. I understood that there was some level of support needed for Mr. Newberry, and not sure whether, and it's a fairly complicated ownership issue, so there may be a matter of standing as well and requirement of an attorney. So just to confuse the record even further, but we'll come back to it as we go through this, Ms. Curley, and we'll make a note at that time, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone? Oh, yes, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one agreement to put on the record. It's concerning case number 15 on the list.
15, okay.
Its appeal number ends in 3027. The address is 1934 Rouen Street, and the appellant is Oliver Quispe. I corresponded with Mr. Quispe, who I believe is here in the room today, and we have come to an agreement on a city affirmed disposition with a 45-day stay of enforcement. The case for construction without permits, the appellant has since acquired some of the permits required for legalization, and with 45 days to complete the task, we're feeling like he can get them all done and bring the property into compliance.
Okay, is Mr. Oliver Quispe present? Oliver Quispe. Okay, he isn't responding. Did you anticipate he would not be part of today's hearing?
There's an Oliver on the hearing.
There is? Okay, but he isn't responding.
He
Is
told
he
me-
muted?
Possibly. He told me about 20 minutes ago that he's in the meeting room, and he asked if he should still be here. And I said that his case would be addressed early on, but that he should stay through then.
Okay, well, I will accept your representation that concurs with your with the agreement that you've noted. And so what we will do is call the vote for HA-2022-003-027 1934 Ruan Street, Oliver Quispe, City affirmed per agreement 45-day of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement of the parties with a 45-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 45-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement with a 45-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 45-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement, 45-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay, is that it, Mr. Fernandez?
I do have one other thing I wanted to confirm. Case number 20 on the list, appeal ending 3339, 737 Walnut Street, appellant Sarah Investment LLC. I just wanted to confirm that the board had record that that appeal had been withdrawn. It was withdrawn via email with
Yes, it was noted in executive session that it was withdrawn.
Fantastic. Okay, I have no further matters for this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Beagleman.
Yes, hi, board. Good afternoon. Lee Bagelman for the city of Philadelphia.
Welcome to the board, sir.
Thank you. Wanted to bring your attention for a preliminary matter for case number 24740 Mulberry Street, appeal ending 3911. The appellant is Amina Perez. I believe she's the principal of the responsible party, which is the property owner Quatra Management LLC. I do not believe Ms. Perez has an attorney here. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention, potentially ask a continuance if there is indeed no attorney here for
Okay.
the
That matter was noted in executive session. Ms. Amina Perez, are you present? Amina Perez.
I am.
Ms. Perez, would you raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. One preliminary hurdle that you have is that this property is owned by whom?
A company that I own.
Okay. To present an appeal to this board, you're required to have an attorney if it's a corporate-owned property. In this instance, you need an attorney to represent you in this appeal. That was noted on the appeal letter that you received and the confirmation letter you received for this hearing.
Okay. I don't know how.
It's on there. It's near the bottom. But the point is this, Mr. Begelman, how is this a critical life safety issue?
It is not.
Okay. This is the first time this has been continued before us?
Correct.
Okay. We will have to continue this matter then. Mr. Perez, you will have to retain an attorney to represent you when you rescheduled. Understood? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, can it be rescheduled and then I have counsel at the next?
We will continue it for today, and we will send you a new date. But you have to have an attorney when you come in again.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Begelman. Is that all you have for today?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, this is the court reporter. Can I get the name of the company that the LLC that Ms. Perez has? I didn't get that.
Okay, Ms. Perez, put that name of your company on the record, please.
Quatre Management. That's QUAT like Tom, RE Management.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Begelman, what else do you have?
Really quickly, I don't know if the board would prefer to hear this when the case is called, but there's a standing issue with case number 38, 8123 Suffolk Avenue.
Yes.
Appeal ending 3931. The appellant is the tenant, and not the property owner. But I'm unsure if the board would prefer to discuss that now or wait until the case is called.
Okay, well, Latasha Pearson is an tenant with leasehold rights as a lease for the property. Is that it? You believe?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, then she can respond
Okay.
since she's the appellate, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, we can hear it today. We'll hear it recorded. We will call it in regular order.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, you have something else for us?
Yes, I have one other preliminary matter that just came to my attention. Case number 5 on the list, appeal number ending 2990, address 2233 South Woodstock Street, appellant Majdi Sabek. I am not sure if the appellant is here. However, even though they appealed it in their personal name, the underlying citation is an SVN issued to an LLC. So if they're not here, I would certainly not mind taking a city affirm for failure to appear disposition. But if they are here, the matter should be continued so that they can retain counsel.
Okay, as anyone present representing the interest of 2233 South Woodstock Street, Majdi Sabek. Anyone present? Okay, I think we'll call that in regular order, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, there are several additional matters that were brought to our attention during executive session. I'll need to have someone respond to. The first matter is number 7, 134 West Luray, Luray Street, Ms. Cadillo and Hector Diaz. It's a use registration permit matter. Is anyone present representing that property? And I believe we need a Spanish interpreter. So let's begin with the Spanish interpreter. I see someone on my screen identified as Spanish interpreter.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. Put your name on the record, please.
My name is Leonel Guillen.
Spell that.
Leonel is spelled Leonel. Guillen is spelled Guillen.
Thank you very much. Would you raise your right hand, sir, to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm you will faithfully translate from English to Spanish and Spanish to English all the proceedings regarding 134 West Luray Street?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do.
Thank you. So what I'd like you to do, sir, is do a simultaneous translation for us. And so the first thing, I'd like you to call Benita Cadillo or Hector Diaz.
Necesito que se presente Benito Cadillo o Héctor Díaz. Héctor Díaz o Benito Cadillo.
And 134 West Luray Street.
De la dirección de 134 Oeste Luray Street o calle Luray.
Okay, no one's responding. Again, we will, Mr. Fernandez, we'll deal with that when it comes up then.
Just for the record, that is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city. I am.
Mr. Rulo, my apologies.
I did just want to clarify though. I believe that the appellant, well, actually, there's the first problem is that the board received a message from Mr. Cadillo, who is not on the deed. He is not the owner of the property. And the second thing, it appears that that was a continuance request and he has now failed to appear. So.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that the Beditza is Beditza. I mispronounced it. So I suspect that individual is a professional expediter whose name probably should not have appeared on the application. But what we will do, Mr. Rulo, is call it in order, and then if no one's present, we will make a decision. And for all those who are presently in the hearing room, if you need a continuance, do not assume that it will be approved or agreed to. You must appear unless you get notice that your request has been approved. So if you send us a request for a continuance the day of or the day before, it's unlikely you will get a decision until the time of the hearing, and we need you to be present. If you aren't present, we will treated as someone who just chose not to attend the hearing. Thank you very much. So we will call it in order, Mr. Rulo.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I just got a real quick question on case number 6.
Yes.
It's still Mr. Cadillo, but the other appellant is Jorge Nicoca.
Yeah, Deco.
Could we fight? I mean, could we combine those if there's no appearance?
But well, we wouldn't combine them because there's 2 different addresses, 2 different issues. I suspect that the expediter may have prepared both applications, but the ownership is different. So we'll just call them in order.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Let's go down to number 10. HA 2022-002938, 5921 North Lawrence Street, Judith Odom. Who's representing that matter for the city?
Good afternoon, Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon. Is Judith Odom present? Judith Odom. Ms. Reinhardt, I believe we got a late request for a continuance.
We did, and I don't know, I didn't see in the continuance request any explanation why the hearing should not move forward today, and was going to ask that that be put on the record.
Okay. What's the date of the request? What do you have in terms of date and time of the request?
I believe it was yesterday.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, we will call it in regular order and make a decision at that time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, number 12, HA 2022-003344, 1250 South 45th Street, a Marguerite Struthers. Again, we have a continuous request, and I believe there's legal counsel, Mr. Milton Savage. Mr. Savage present? And who's representing the city? Who's representing the city in this matter? Number 12.
I believe it's Mr. Fernandez.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. I am covering number 12, appellant Margaret Struthers.
Yes. Now, we noted in executive session there was a continuance request. Do you have any sense of what that's about?
If I may ask, what is the grounds for the continuance request?
It wasn't clear because that's why we wanted you and or the noted counsel, listed counsel, to put those on the record. Okay.
I'm not sure about the I don't know the context of the continuance request. I can say that this matter involves 2 open violations: a rental license being required at a property that is being used, or that the city determined was being used for rent, and roof maintenance, the roof requiring repair. Appellant has submitted a number of documents to the board as part of their appeal involving a recently concluded lawsuit with a construction company that was working next door that they allege, and that the lawsuit determined caused some damage to their property. I think with only those 2 violations being at issue, I wouldn't be opposed to a short continuance. It'd be my preference the matter be marked must be tried, so that we can be certain that we're going to get it off our list and get it disposed. From our perspective, it's a very simple situation. It's just a downspout and a rental license.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, one other fact. She also alleged that the property is no longer being rented since the damage to the property. Our inspector hasn't been able to get access in some time, so that very well could be true. So with all of that said, we have the appellant's contact information. We would like to schedule a reinspection to determine whether it's being rented. And beyond that, our position is going to be that the downspout needs to be connected and the roof repaired. And that will be possibly the only violation at issue at a future hearing.
Well, now, is there legal counsel in your files? Is there Mr. Milton Savage noted as Is it legal?
No, she certainly alludes to legal counsel, as part of that lawsuit that is tangentially related to the violations, or at least according to her is. But if I recall correctly, I don't think that there's any sign of representation in this matter on her
Okay.
appeal packet.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez, did you state that there was verification that the lawsuit verified that there was damage to the roof that was resolved in court?
Yeah, she uploaded I believe the jury instructions and the verdict sheet, and a jury found that there was negligence on both sides, but the majority of the negligence was from the construction company, and they awarded her a healthy sum of money, I will say, to not be too specific.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So let's do this then. Let's continue this matter on a must be noted as must be heard, so that we can resolve it one way or the other. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Must be heard. Okay.
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Will we be notifying Mr. Savage?
Yes.
How would we?
Well, if Mr. Savage has not submitted his appearance, he won't be
That's what I'm saying.
notified. Yeah, unless he submits his appearance and says that he is in fact counsel for the appellant, he would not be notified.
And at this point in time, he have not submitted his record of appearance.
Correct, based on what Mr. Fernandez is saying to us.
Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Let's move on to number 14. That's 2021-005-427, 1309 South 49th Street, Deborah Morgan. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Will Fernandez for the City of Philadelphia.
The question here, Mr. Fernandez, is standing.
Yes.
Is anyone present? Miss Deborah Morgan, are you present?
I'm present.
Okay, Miss Morgan, would you raise your right hand, ma'am, so that you may be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give would be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. You can place your hand down. So, Miss Morgan, what is your relationship to this property?
I am the granddaughter of the property owner.
Is the property owner present?
She is deceased and has been since 2001. And I came into the property because, can I give you a brief history?
No, let's not do that.
Okay.
Because we got to decide whether or not we're going to hear the case today, because you are not the legal owner.
Well,
And
she's deceased, and that's where the
understood.
problem comes in.
That's why, let me explain to you what that means. You're going to have this problem with anyone else you attempt to do business with regarding this property, because your name isn't on the deed. So if you haven't yet, you need to settle the estate so the appropriate person's name is entered on the deed. In the meantime, you probably need an attorney to represent your interests.
That's what I was coming to the conclusion of as well.
Oh, okay. So
Because
we can't hear this case today because you need an attorney to represent your interests.
Okay, so this is what my plan is. Unfortunately, this got here before my plan got implemented. One, I did find from the city that there is a program. Two, I'm making phone calls to these attorneys and see if one will call me back. And then once they do that, hopefully within the next 2 weeks or less, then I can double back and notify the city that I have an attorney to do both the property transfer as well as the violation.
Okay, let's do this.
Mr. Chair, this was continued January 3rd for council, continued March 14th. 6 months must be heard from today.
Ms. Morgan, were you aware of that?
No, I didn't know I had to have counsel.
But no. In January, you were informed, or whoever came was informed. The counsel was required.
No.
Yes.
The last thing I have was a hearing case for March 14th.
Okay. And in that moment, I'm sure you were told that counsel was required.
Okay, I do not recall.
Okay. We're not going to continue to do this. Mr. Fernandez, what is your position on this matter?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the city's interest in this is very straightforward. The only violation is for doing stucco without the required easy permit. So the violation is straightforward, and complying it is straightforward so long as you can acquire an easy permit, which might require you showing that you have an actual interest in the property. I don't think it's appropriate for me to make a determination as to whether the board should find that Ms. Morgan has standing to make this appeal or not. But if the board does find as much, then I would be happy to present the violation and inspector testimony regarding the violation. And of course, if the board doesn't, then I would not be opposed to the matter being disposed of for lack of standing.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
let's
can we
let's
have
go
an
in executive session. Yeah, let's
executive session? Thank
yeah,
you.
let's take them. Excuse, we're gonna go off the record for about 5 minutes. We'll be back. Thank you, Ms. Raup.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're back on the record regarding HA 2021-005 427 1309 South 49th Street. Deborah Morgan. Ms. Morgan?
Yes.
Where we are, Ms. Morgan, based on review of the record and our consultation with legal counsel, we have to dismiss this for lack of standing. As we discussed in the March hearing, where you requested a 6-month continuance, you do not have standing to bring this matter to the board. And so we advise you as strongly as we can to seek legal counsel and check with CLS or some other organization that provides support for individuals who may not be able to afford it. If you can, please get a good real estate attorney to help you.
And what happens in the meantime with the actual issue that the city?
Well, at the moment, there's still an outstanding violation. The city may take additional enforcement. I don't know. That's outside of the purview of this board. They may, but again, you consult counsel who has also experience with administrative appeals and seek advice from that legal counsel. Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think I might be able to simplify this process going forward if I could just ask Ms. Morgan one question.
Sure, Ms. Morgan, you're still on oath, okay?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Ms. Morgan, knowing you are under oath, can you please represent that Mamie Brown, who lived at 1309 South 49th Street, is currently deceased?
Yes, she is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morgan. Okay, Mr. Chairman, we're going to close out the violation that was underlying Ms. Morgan's appeal, and then we're going to reissue the violation with Ms. Morgan as the named responsible party. I just want to say as one last thing, Ms. Morgan, please move as quickly as you can to untangle the title and take legal on the record possession of the property so that you can acquire that permit needed to close the violation.
Okay, so let me understand. What you're going to do is issue the tangled title that I can take care of. I'm actively pursuing, but you said you're going to reissue the violation with me as the responsible party?
Yes, and you will be able to appeal that violation if you would like, since you would have standing to do so.
Well, at that point, since I acknowledge it did happen because I didn't have knowledge that I needed the permit, is that something I can just pay the fine?
You would first need to correct the violation regardless.
And that's been finished.
Oh, you have an easy permit to correct the violation?
Oh, no. Okay, so I have to get the easy permit first. Okay.
Yes, if you get the easy permit within 30 days of the new citation, there won't be a fine. The only way there would be a fine is if you fail to get the easy permit for minimum 30 days after the violation.
Okay, I will take care of that.
Okay.
And you are not required to appeal the violation. That's an elective choice. You don't have to appeal the violation. But if you do appeal the violation and the title is still tangled, we will not hear the case.
Okay, that part I'm clear on. And I'm also now clear that they're going to make the adjustments so that I can do the permit and we can move forward and satisfy the violation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go down to number 18. HA 2022-003894, 19 East Shelton Avenue, Yolanda and William Blackwell.
Before we go forward, how are we marking this? Are we just missing it for lack of standing?
Yes, sir.
I believe it should just be marked as violation withdrawn in this case.
Okay, well, let's do this before we want to make sure the record is clear. Mr. Fernandez, on the matter regarding 1309 South 49th Street, would you want the record to indicate that it's withdrawn?
I'd actually prefer that it not be withdrawn, marked withdrawn, because that could create a bit of a tangle if there are reinspection fees. I'm not sure if there are. However, here the city didn't actually do anything wrong, and so I don't want to give the impression that we are withdrawing an error. So if I just saw this proposed to me, this was apparently a disposition in another case with Mr. Rulo. If the disposition could be written as moot, not complied, or just moot, that would be the city's request.
Moot, okay. So rather than dismiss for lack of standing, it will be noted as moot. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go back to let's see here. 18. 19 East Shelton Avenue, Yolanda and William Blackwell. There's a request for continuance. Who's handling that for the city?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia. I'm sorry I didn't mention this during my preliminary matters. I did see that an appeal had been requested, and I responded to that request, not opposing it because the appellants need an attorney anyways, and I believe the request was being made because they had just gotten an attorney or maybe weren't aware they needed one, and I had just told them as much.
Okay, and so this matter on 19 East Shelton Avenue, the request for continuance to secure the services of an attorney is not opposed by the city.
Yeah, that is correct. However, I think it's not opposed because an attorney is going to be necessary to adjudicate this appeal. However, this involves a number of expired licenses and a potential cease operations order. And so I would urge the board to give this the shortest possible continuance request so that we can have the violations adjudicated and the city can proceed with its enforcement action if still necessary and appropriate.
Okay, is Yolanda William Blackwell present? Either party present?
Yes,
Yes.
present.
Present.
Okay, ma'am, you've heard all of the discussion regarding this address. So you need to proceed as quickly as possible to get your attorney, and so that you can be prepared to present your argument.
Actually, my attorney, Joe DeTomo, submitted a continuance, I believe, last Thursday or Friday. He called yesterday. They said they did receive it, but we needed to just be here and log in. But his
Okay, so what is your attorney's name?
Joseph DeTomo,
Would you spell the last name, please?
EITOMO.
Okay, make sure that he puts his name on the record, so we will know that officially in the record, so that Mr. Fernandez will know that and can speak directly to him.
Absolutely.
Okay, we will continue.
Mr. Chairman, I saw that request that was forwarded by Mr. Moto, I believe, so.
Okay.
There is a written request from council.
Okay, and council is not available today. Okay, so we will continue this matter as noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's move on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would it be possible to address the one more preliminary matter?
Sure, because I have at least two more of my own.
Okay, this is regarding, I had a chance to talk to Mr. McCabe, the attorney for Raj Land LP regarding number 35 on the list.
Yes.
33 to 39 South Broad Street.
Yes.
We're asking the board to continue this one more time for 30 to 60 days. It appears that they've done work to comply the violation, but there needs to be another inspection. And they've provided pictures that show that the gate that was originally installed in the wrong property has been moved. So it should comply the violation.
Okay, Mr. McCabe, you concur with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but now this will be a stipulation that it must be heard if it comes back.
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll continue this matter with the requirement that it must be heard, and that's concerning HA-2022-003452 1833-39 South Broad Street. Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
Thank you. Am I excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay. Number 22, HA 2022-003904 816 South Vodges Street. A Patricia Sepowitz doing business as Potzelin Investments, LLC. And I may have butchered that name.
This is Michael Rulo, RULLO, on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Patricia's
Hi, this is David Averett for Miss Supovitz.
Supovitz. Okay, I see a person's image as Ms. Supovitz is identified. And the issue there had to do with legal counsel. So, Mr. Averett, you're on record as representing this matter?
I just came in and I don't know if that could go into a breakout room so I could discuss it with the city's council. I don't know how that you want to
Well,
proceed.
Mr. Rulo, are you prepared to do that?
Yes, but if Mr. Everett just got on this case, I mean, the city wouldn't, oppose a continuance in this case. And I had no idea that Ms. Supovitz had retained counsel until this very moment. So I think if there was a brief continuance, we could discuss this more substantively and potentially resolve it.
I have no objection to that.
Okay, so what we will do then is continue this matter.
Okay, is that something that's just mailed out?
Yes, the administrator will connect with you. If you put your name in the record, if you make notice of your appearance, Mr. Averett, then you will be added to the list to be communicated with.
Sounds good.
Now, given that you just joined this matter, Ms. Supovitz should make sure she calls you if she gets something in the event you don't get it.
She was here earlier. I don't know, maybe
She's here now. I see her image.
Okay.
It's just that she's muted. So I just I assume she can hear us. I just want to ask her to take the additional step when she receives notice of the rehearing date to make sure she communicates with you.
Certainly. I have her number and her email, so we will be in contact with each other.
Okay, thank you.
She looks as if she's frozen.
Yeah, her image is muted. So okay, let's move on to the next matter.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Number 28, 2022-003740, 2731 North Darien Street, Killian Gersing. Whose case is that? Who's representing that matter for the city?
Caroline Curley Board.
Okay, Ms. Curley, I think we called this one earlier, correct?
Correct.
And we have not heard from this individual yet, Killian Gersing. Mr. Wade, would you read this matter into the record, please?
This is case number 28, hearing appeal HA 2022-003740, 2731 North Darien Street, Killian Gersing. Service was made.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
2:34 p.m.
2:34 p.m. Thank you very much. We will poll the board regarding HA-2022-003740, 2731 North Darien Street, Killian Gersing. City affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to number 29, HA-2022-003736, 2025 North 4th Street, Letitia McCracken.
Here.
Ms. McCracken?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes, I
Hi.
can see you now.
Thank you.
Now, who's representing the city?
Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Okay, the issue here, I think, is legal counsel. I believe that's a matter. Ms. Kraken, what's the name of the owner of the property?
Myself.
But don't you own it in the form of an LLC or corporate ownership?
No, sir.
It's just your
me.
name as an individual?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's the city's understanding as well, Chairman.
Okay, because I know that she noted that a Steve Master was your lawyer at one time, Ms. McCracken. He's no longer involved.
For the zoning, yes, sir. He
Okay.
did.
Mr. Masters entered his appearance in this case, but yesterday I spoke with him and he had submitted a request for a withdrawal of appearance. My understanding was that Ms. McCracken no longer wished to be represented by Mr. Masters for this border matter.
Okay.
So I just did want to note that for the record. I do not see Mr. Masters here, and I don't know if that request was granted by the board.
Yes. In fact, if in fact she owns it as an individual, then she's perfectly fine to act pro se in this matter. So we will do that. And thank you. We'll call you in regular order, Ms. McCracken. Just be patient with us.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes. Next item is number 36, HA 2022-003744, 3724 Vale Lane, Gokte Hazai, Shazia. And who's representing this for the city? Who's on number 36?
Hi, Board. Caroline Curley again for the city.
Okay, Ms. Curley, the appellate. Hazaya. Anyone present representing the interests of 3724 Vale Lane? Anyone present?
I mean, again, I just wanted to just sort of the record, like the other matter, I was forwarded a continuance request from board's administration. Believe I received it yesterday morning, indicating the appellant was requesting a continuance. I don't have any other information than that.
And was it the individual named on the list, today's list?
It was on behalf of that individual.
Okay. It was that person who made the request an attorney?
I do not know. Again,
Okay.
I didn't receive the email. I received the email forwarded to me from the board.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Where the board is concerned also, this has a major timeliness issue. The NOV was in July 22. And the appeal was in 9/13/22. So it's not as major as that, but it's still a timeliness matter. But the person is not present. Ms. Curley, what is your position on the continuance request?
There's very little information in it. I can read it. It says respectfully stated, it does say cousin of the appellant, Shazia Fanu, letting you know Shazia cannot make this appeal tomorrow on 29th August because he is out of town / country. I don't think that's a sufficient basis to request a continuance. So the city would just ask for a city affirm based on lack of prosecution.
Okay. Just one quickly, Ms. Penn, in terms of consistency, I just want to make sure that do you have a view on this?
Well, I was going to raise the issue that was brought up at the beginning of the list, that there were potentially 2 or 3 other individuals who may or may not have some interest in the property. And I don't know if Ms. Curley has any of that information that I believe Mr. McSherry might have shared that with us early on. So the cousin was certainly mentioned and potentially 2 other individuals. And so, the 2 weeks, I know that we have given other matters opportunity to be heard with a greater period of delay in filing the appeal. My greater concern is that there are other individuals involved who may or may not be aware that they have the appropriate standing and should have been the ones filing the appeal. So I think that would be beneficial to both sides to give Ms. Curley time to identify those individuals and see if those people are in fact involved in the property. And then we could but I mean, obviously then it would have to be heard. I think, since there's a.
Well, let's do this
Well,
then.
if they're not, I guess, I don't have that information, but just from what the board member Penn is articulating, it sounds like they did an appeal and then they would have to go through the process of requesting a nunc-pro-tunc appeal and haven't done so. So.
Okay. What we would do in terms of the instant request for continuance, we will grant the request for continuance. That's probably the more straightforward way to deal with it. And if this thing comes back, those complications can be sorted out at that point. Okay?
Mr. Chair, so
yes,
who
sir.
would we send the information to?
It'll go to the named appellant.
When we send it to FNU Cesaro, sending it to Lorenzo Richards, who are we sending it to? Because even the person name who's on the appeal
We will
I
not-
don't
yeah,
appeal.
we will only
I
send it.
mean, don't appear anywhere.
Yeah, we'll send it to the
Besides
appellant.
appeal.
Whoever submitted the appeal would get the correspondence. Those other names are while they may have some level of standing, or they may not. But we will only inform the person who represents themselves as the appellant.
So that's the continuing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. The final one that I have here is, and I think we may have addressed some of this earlier, number 40. Just want to go back to that one. Stefan Newberry, 1826 South 18th Street, HA-2022-003864. Who was representing that matter?
Caroline Curley. I'm
Oh,
happy
Ms.
to
Curley?
speak.
Yes, and essentially, I think most of us would agree, this is probably a technical appeal. We don't have the authority to send something to the technical board. All we can do is indicate that it's not something that's appropriate for us to hear, and recommend that the appellant appeal the matter to the Board of Building Standards. And so you have an opinion on that?
My understanding based on the board's past procedure is that these matters were transferred to the Board of Building Standards. The city is not going to object to that transfer, as we
Okay.
believe that's the appropriate board, and consistent with the board's previous procedure.
Okay, but I would suspect that the individual will need to make an actual appeal to the Board of Building Standards. I believe that's how that would happen, rather than this board transferring it. Mr. Wade, is that how
Board's
you handle it?
Board's administration will reach out to the appellant and just so that the appeal is accepted as timely. Board's administration will reach out to the appellant and inform them that their appeal is being heard in front of before Board of Building Standards in the most timely manner it can be.
Okay, so essentially, we will not hear this matter today because it's outside of our jurisdiction, and so we'll note that for the record. Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, ready? So I think we're finally at the point where we can begin the hearing in regular order. So, Mr. Wade, what's first?
Just my apologies. Case number 5, I don't believe the continuance request was granted. But I'm going to read
Yes,
that
that's-
into the record now.
Yes.
Case number 5, hearing appeal HA 2022-002990 2233 South Woodstock. Majdi Sabak.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Afternoon, members of the board. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, there was, I believe, we neglected to note that there was a continuance request. Are you aware of that?
I was aware of no continuance requests.
Okay, is anyone present for?
I'm sorry, there was no continuance request.
There was no continuance request. Okay. Misstatement on my part. Okay, is anyone, Mr. Majdi Sabak present?
Mr. Chairman, I have a note that says this is an LLC, but either way, if there's no attorney or the appellant's not present, it doesn't make a difference.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Sabak, present? Anyone present representing the interests of 2233 South Woodstock Street? Okay, not hearing in.
Service was made.
Service was made. Mr. Fernandez, what's your preference?
Hearing no response to the call of the case, I would respectfully ask that the board mark this appeal dismissed for failure to appear.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do we have?
2:45 p.m.
2:45 p.m. Thank you. Well, we'll poll the board regarding HA-2022-002990, 2233 South Woodstock Street, Majid Sabak, MAJDY SABEK, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Wade, what's next?
Case number 5, hearing appeal HA 2022-0030.
Oh, we just heard that one. That's what
I'm
we
sorry.
just heard.
Case number 6, hearing
Yes.
appeal number HA 2022-0031 303044, 3149 Jasper Street. Baditza Kadia and Jorge Deco.
Okay.
No one in,
Before we get
service
started,
was made.
service is made. Okay. Before we get started, is the Spanish interpreter still available? Yes, I see him. Sir, you're still on the oath. If you'd unmute yourself, please. We will need your assistance in calling and announcing the case at HA-2022-003-044.
Muy bien, llamando al caso HA 2022-003-044.
3149 Jasper Street.
La dirección de 3141 calle Jasper.
Benita Cadillo and Jorge Deco.
Benita Cadillo y Jorge Deco.
Anyone present by those names?
Alguien presente por esos nombres. Benita Cadillo, Jorge Deco, de 3141 calle Jasper.
Okay. Hearing no response, Mr. Wade, is there anything in the waiting room that would with those names?
No.
Interpreter, please.
Muy bien. ¿Alguien en la sala de espera con esos nombres? Benita Cadillo, Jorge Deco.
Okay, Mr. Wade, was service made?
Yes.
Interpreter?
Oh, sorry. Señor Wade, servicio.
Okay, what time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
2:48 p.m.
¿Qué hora tenemos, señor Pincus? Son las 2:48 de la tarde.
If I may, board members, this is Michael Rulo on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Yes, sir.
Muy bien, señor. Si puedo, señor, yo soy el señor Michael Rulo de la ciudad de Filadelfia.
I have just forwarded this to the board members. I thought that the board members were already on this communication, but yesterday at 11:30 a.m., I received an email from Mr. Cadillo saying that the property owner unavailable, been sick for a week now, unable to attend.
Okay. Interpreter?
Muy bien. Entonces, no sé, yo creía que ya eso se lo había notificado, pero le acabo de reenviar este mensaje a los miembros de la Junta sobre el comunicado de que ayer a las 11:30 de la mañana recibí un correo electrónico de parte del señor Cadillo sobre que informa de que el propietario, el dueño de la propiedad, ha estado enfermo por todo este tiempo.
Okay. So I assume this is basically a request for a continuance.
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Interpreter.
Okay. Thank you. Asumo que esto es una requisición para poder prorrogarlo, ¿correcto?
What I would note is that Mr. Cadillo did not get any confirmation that this was being granted. Indicated in this message that they've known about this condition for over a week and were clearly aware of the hearing. So in this instance, the city would be asking that this be marked city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay.
Muy bien, entonces lo que está sucediendo es que el señor Cadillo ya se le había notificado sobre esto, ya estaba notificado sobre toda la situación, sobre la fecha, y ya estaban conscientes de hace más de una semana sobre la enfermedad. Entonces, por esa razón, ya que no se había presentado anteriormente, estamos solicitando de que esto sea una afirmación por la ciudad, por no presentarse.
This was previously continued in May, from May till today.
Y esto fue continuamente, esto se continuó desde mayo.
Oh, Okay. Mr. Rulo, how serious a violation is this? I noted as building permit related.
It is building permit, and I can represent to the board that it is still not complied.
Okay.
Muy bien, señor Rulo, ¿qué tan serio es esta violación? Parece que es algo correlacionado con un permiso de construcción. Sí lo es y yo lo puedo representar.
Mr. Rulo, was that request for continuance from the appellant or someone else?
It is from excuse me.
Señor Rulo, esta solicitud es del apelante.
That request was submitted by Mr. Bediza Cadillo, and as I believe we've already partially touched on, we have no understanding whatsoever who that individual is or what their role is, but we do know that they are not the property owner.
Okay.
Muy bien. Entonces, esto fue sometido por la señorita Bediza Cadillo, pero como habíamos mencionado anteriormente, no tenemos idea de quién es esta persona ni qué papel juega en este momento, pero no es la propietaria.
Okay. And the individual noted there was a serious illness preventing appearance today?
I have emailed a copy of this to the board members, and I apologize. I thought that Mr. Wade and Mr. Moto were on that, but I was incorrect. The entirety of the email is property owner unavailable, been sick for a week now, unable to attend.
Muy bien, entonces sí se lo notificó de que esto es la razón por la cual no está acá es porque tiene una enfermedad seria que está evitando que se pueda conectar, que se pueda venir a las audiencias. Ok, me disculpo, todo el correo electrónico se acaba de enviar y yo creí que ya estaba el señor Wade y el señor Mauro, pero me equivoqué. Pero todo el correo electrónico básicamente dice, propietario, el dueño de la propiedad no está disponible ya que ha estado enfermo por toda la semana y no va a poder presentarse.
The decision of the board would be to continue with a must be heard requirement.
Ok, la decisión de la
Let the
Corte sería entonces de que por un requerimiento de que debe ser escuchado.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Mr. Interpreter, I think we're done for today. Thank you for your appearance.
pleasure.
Board members, I'm handling number 7, and that also has been marked as needing a Spanish interpreter.
Well, my apologies, Mr. Interpreter. Don't leave yet.
No worries, I'll be right here.
Okay, Mr.
This
Wade.
This is case number 7, hearing appeal HA 2022-003323, 134 West Luray Street, Bediza Cadillo and Hector Diaz.
Okay,
Muy
anyone
bien.
present? Yep.
Entonces, este es el caso número HA 2022-003323, la 134 Oeste, calle Lorey, con Bediza Cadillo y Héctor Díaz.
Anyone present representing the interest in that property?
¿Alguien presente que esté representando esta propiedad?
Okay, Mr. Rulo, we heard no response. What is your preference?
I would like to note for the record that, and these were submitted to the board, but the date of the notice of violation that was appealed was December 16th of 2020. The date of the appeal document here, I believe is, excuse me, I'm bringing that up. August 11th of 2022. So there's two bases. One, this was untimely, and two, they failed to appear. So we'd ask for a city affirm. And then I'd note again, Mr. Bediza Cadillo is not the owner of the property.
Okay. Mr. Interpreter, can you get that?
Yes, sir. Muy bien, quiero notar para los registros que la fecha en la cual eso fue sometido para la Junta, de la fecha de la violación, en realidad, y de la apelación de la violación fue para diciembre 16, 2020. Y quiero notar de que la fecha de la apelación del documento que tenemos acá, creo que es agosto 11, 2022. La primera, en realidad, fue en las dos ocasiones. La primera fue porque no se presentó y la primera fue porque no se presentó y la segunda fue porque no llegó a tiempo, ¿okay? O porque se ingresó de manera con otro tiempo equivocado. Entonces, por esas razones, estoy solicitando que sea firmado por la ciudad y quiero notar de que Bediza Cadillo no es la propietaria.
And Mr. Chairman, one additional item, and I will keep this shorter, and thank you to the interpreter for handling that very long one. Mr. Wade and Mr. Moto and I did receive an email from Mr. Cadillo yesterday, and the quote from that is, okay, we have complied with zoning, waiting for certificate of occupancy with building permit. There was no request for a continuance either.
Muy bien. Y también Ok, señor director, también quería agregar este ítem adicional, y es que el señor Wade y el señor Moto recibimos un correo electrónico el día de ayer de parte del señor Cadillo, donde se dice, textualmente, dice, ok, confirmado la certificación de acuerdo con la certificación de la zonificación, y solo estamos esperando el certificado para la ocupación del edificio. No se hizo ningún tipo de requerimiento de continuidad.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have a question of Mr. Rulo.
Que tengo una pregunta
Were
para el
the-
señor Rolo.
Was the law department able to verify that they acquired that receipt?
El Departamento de Leyes pudo verificar que se adquirió este recibo.
I apologize, Board Member Tennant. What was the question?
Were your office able to verify that the owner acquired the document and waiting for the CO?
It appears that they have applied for zoning. But as the latest that I have from the inspector is that the violations continue to be uncomplied.
Thank you.
Okay.
Muy bien, entonces recibí de la oficina la verificación de la oficina y siempre están pendientes los documentos del CEO, pero parece que las unificaciones pues entraron de manera tarde y según el inspector, las violaciones continúan en pie.
Okay. Mr. Rulo, what is your preference? No one has responded to the call.
Señor Rulo, ¿cuál es su
City
preferencia?
affirmed. Apologies. City affirmed for failure to appear, but I would like the board to add that this appeal was 2 years late.
Ok, sería afirmación de la ciudad por falta de presentarse y notificar también de que esta apelación tiene 2 años de llegar tarde.
Thank you. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
¿Qué hora es, señor Pincus?
It's 2:58 PM, but I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Son las
If,
2:58 y tengo una pregunta.
if it's 2 years late, isn't there a lack of standing and we can't really issue a decision?
Si es 2 años tarde, entonces no sería como una falta de posición, de posicionamiento y que no podríamos tomar una decisión.
This is a question for our council.
Well, I think I have the answer to that, Mr. Pinks. I think what we'll do is to dismiss it for lack of prosecution because of the untimeliness. And we will note for the record that there's also a issue of appearance for today.
Muy bien, yo creo que tengo una respuesta para eso, señor Pink, y es que podemos obviar esto por falta de procesamiento y debido a que no se presentó a tiempo, pero también vamos a poner una nota en el registro para que quede en el récord de que también es por falta de aparición, de que no se presentó.
Mr. McSherry, does that satisfy our requirements?
Yes, I do believe that's correct course of option to dismiss it for as untimely, and as well also to note that they failed to appear today.
Okay.
Muy bien, sí, perfecto. Entonces, sí, señor McSherry, sí está de acuerdo con esto. Sí, es correcto. Considero de que esa es la forma correcta de trabajar en esto y qué bueno que se va a notar de que es porque es demasiado tarde y porque no se presentaron en la corte.
Okay, thank you very much. Just so the record's clear regarding HA-2022-003323.
Muy bien, solamente para el registro, para que quede claro, para el registro de HA 2022-0033-23.
134 West Lorray Street.
La dirección de 134 Oeste, calle Lorey.
Benitza Cadillo and Hector Diaz.
Benitzo Cadillo y Héctor Díaz.
This matter is being dismissed for lack of timely appeal. It's nearly 2 years between the notice of violation and the actual appeal.
Y este caso va a ser rechazado porque debido al tiempo, al largo tiempo de espera entre el tiempo de apelación y la notificación de la violación, que ya son 2 años.
And further, the appellant did not appear at today's hearing.
Y además de eso, el apelante no se presentó a la audiencia del día de hoy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that resolves this matter. Thank you, sir. Mr. Interpreter, have a good afternoon.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for your services.
Okay. Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
Brings us to case 10,
Yes.
hearing appeal HA 2022 002938 5921 North Lawrence Street, Judith Odom.
Okay. Who's representing that matter?
Good afternoon, Michelle Reinhardt for the city.
Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, in executive session, we noted there was a request for continuance, but it wasn't very specific or clear. You have any position on that request?
I have no more information than you do, and was going to make the same request at the hearing.
Okay. All righty. We'll note it as continued then.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, you're continuing it without explanation of why they're continuing it?
Well, it depends on, that's why I was asking what position that the city had. You didn't argue one way or the other.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking to clarify what the appellant's position was, because they're not here. And earlier when we discussed this case, when it was called in preliminary matters, there was discussion that if they're still not here, then the board would be able to vote on their non-appearance.
Okay, so I'd like for the city's representative to make the argument that the continuance request be denied and that we take a particular action.
I request that the board mark the city affirmed due to lack of appearance and lack of detail in a very late continuance request.
Okay, thank you. If no one else has any comment on that, I will ask for Mr. Wade, was service made?
This was previously continued from May 23rd. Service was made.
Okay, thank you. This is a second request. Okay. Thank you. What time do we have, Mr. Pincus?
3:03 p.m.
3:03 p.m. Okay. We will poll the board regarding HA-2022-002938 5921 North Lawrence Street, Judith Odom, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Affirm for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much.
Case number
Okay.
11. Case number 11, hearing appeal HA 2022 003073 898 Moorfield Road, Aja Abrams.
Okay.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I may interrupt very quickly, but I have learned that the inspector for number 29 needs to leave at 3:30 today. If it's possible that we could go to that case after this one, I would greatly appreciate it.
Number 39?
That is number 29.
29. Okay. All right. Okay, let's hear this matter, then we'll do that. Okay, who's representing this matter? Number 19?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay. You have a witness today, Miss?
We're not on number 11.
Number 11, I believe.
Oh, my apologies. Please correct the record, number 11. Is the Aji Abram present? Abram. 898 Moorfield Road. Is that individual present?
They were present earlier.
Okay. Earlier, okay.
They were on a device. I renamed them. I don't see them anymore.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, is this your last matter for today?
I have one other matter remaining on the list. However, the inspector for this matter, Mark Evans, also needs to leave at 3:30. I think it might be the same inspector as the one required for the Willows matter.
Okay. Well, in that matter, what is your preference then, sir?
Hearing no response, I would ask that the board mark this city affirmed for failure to appear.
Okay. Already. The time that we have, Mr. Pincus?
3:05 p.m.
3:05 p.m. Okay. We'll call the board vote on HA-2022-003073 898 Moorfield Road, AJI Abram. Abraham, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on then to number, I believe it was 29. We had a request for.
Case number 29, hearing appeal HA 2022-003736, 2025 North 4th Street. Letitia McCracken.
Yeah, Letitia McCracken, I believe it is. Letitia McCracken. Okay. Ma'am, is that you?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And who's representing the city? Is it Mr. Rulo?
Yes, Michael Rulo on behalf of the city.
Okay, and your witness, sir?
Inspector Mark Green.
Mr. Green, unmute yourself so that you can be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Mr. McCracken, just for the record, are you the only owner on the deed of this property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Now, what we will do, Mr. Rulo will put his witness on.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, she has listed down, she has an attorney, Steve.
Oh, yes, we addressed that earlier. He's not representing her in today's hearing. He was handling other, he's not for her attorney for today. Okay, and Ms. McCracken, you're clear that you want to proceed without an attorney today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Rulo will take testimony from his witness. You may cross-examine him once he's done, and after that, you can put on any witnesses you may have, or just testify yourself. Then the board will vote to determine the outcome of your case. Mr. Rulo?
Yes, thank you, board members. So this case involves a site violation notice that was issued for a lack of a rental license. As Inspector Green will testify, it remains in an uncomplied state. The city's, just for the record, the city's sole exhibit in this matter is the site violation notice itself, which was submitted with the appellant's appeal documents. So with that, I would ask permission to display my screen.
Yes, please.
Can the board members see a document that's been titled site violation notice?
Yes, but it should be magnified a bit because it's a little hard to read. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Inspector Green, can you hear me clearly?
Sorry about that. Yes, I can.
Okay. What is your position with the Department of Licenses and Inspections?
I'm a supervisor. I'm supervisor of South District.
Thank you, Supervisor Green. Are you familiar with a property located at 2205 North 4th Street?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the document that I have displayed on the screen, which is preliminarily marked City Exhibit A?
Yes.
What is this document?
That's a site violation notice.
And who was it issued to?
It's issued to Letitia McCracken.
And what was the substance of the violation that you identified at this property?
At time of inspection, was not able to gain access. Dog was barking and person behind the door refused me access inside the property.
Okay, so just to be clear, this was for a rental license, but even though you did not gain access to the property, you concluded that it still lacked that rental license. So can you walk us through what factors led you to believe that the property was occupied?
Well, I was originally there for a deficiency notice. So I was there for a fire deficiency notice for the fire alarm system in the single family dwelling. At time of inspection, knocked on the door, dog was barking, person behind door asked who I was, I explained who I was, they denied me access. Furthermore, there were 4 mailboxes outside his property. I seen that the property was denied zoning for a multi-residential property, and I sent the property to research, saw it was an off-site address, and I concluded the property is being rented without the required rental license. So I issued the SVN notice.
And you referenced the 4 mailbox on the outside of the property.
Yes. Basically, the property at that time was zoned as a single family dwelling. And I was surprised to get there to see that it had a fire alarm system, one, and the mailboxes was there. Again, I knocked on the door, dog barking, person behind the door refused me access.
Mr. Rulo, do you have further questions? Mr. Rulo, you're muted.
Am I back now? It froze out and kicked me out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're back. Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to put my screen back up now. And Supervisor Green, can you see the image that you referenced containing 4 mailbox on the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. And this was included on the site violation notice itself?
Yes.
Okay. So this was what you were referencing in terms of evidence that this was a multi-unit dwelling, and then all of the indications you noted that there appeared to be occupants in the property?
Yes.
And lastly, I'd point you to, coming back to the site violation notice, the property the address that it was sent to itself was not the subject property. And so it was when we cited the owner, we actually sent this violation to 3261 Leland Drive, Ben Salem, Pennsylvania, zip code 19020, correct?
Correct.
And so the city's records indicate that this owner has an address outside of the city of Philadelphia then?
Yes.
Okay. That does it for my questions, board members.
I have a question.
Yes.
Inspector, were you able ever to enter the property and determine if there is adequate fire protection?
Yes, I was. The owner, Ms. McCracken, got in touch with me, and I proceeded to meet her at the property and saw that the fire panel was in normal status and everything was up to par as far as the fire alarm system. At time of that inspection, the property was vacant. I will say that.
When was that inspection?
That inspection is on another case, and I believe I can tell you right now. 2505. My apologies for this. It's a closed case. That was in August the 31st of 2022.
And board members, if I may just clarify as well, since this was a site violation notice rather than a notice of violation, compliance itself does not moot the matter out, because a site violation notice for something like a rental license is a violation notice that itself includes a $1,000 fine. So in this instance, it is, even if the matter is complied and the property is now vacant, that does not moot out the violation itself. I just wanted to clarify that for the board members.
So, Mr. Rulo, the question I asked was relating to the original inspection, which was for fire code violations. There is no indication that the actual violation of not having rental license has in fact been complied.
That's correct, board members. I just wanted to emphasize, since it was just testified that the property is now vacant, that any type of mooting out of this does not remove that violation in this instance, because that notice still includes the $1,000 fine for lacking the license. So I just wanted to note that since in typical cases, a compliance or mooting it out would close the case. I hope that clarifies it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rulo, is that complete your examination of Mr. Green?
It does.
Okay.
Subject to any redirect.
Okay, Ms. McCracken, do you have any questions of Mr. Green? Keep in mind that you can give us your testimony later, but any questions based on his testimony? Mr. Green, unmute yourself, please.
And was Miss
Good afternoon.
McCracken sworn in? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm-
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McCracken, please proceed to ask your questions.
Good afternoon. Mr. Green, do you recall going 3 times to my property and on the second and third time, you even say that this property is vacant. There were no stove, no fridge in each level. Is this correct?
Yes,
Did you
that's
see
correct.
somebody there?
No, I did not see nobody there at my time inside the property. But at my time, my first initial, when I wrote the SVN before meeting you, there was someone in the property.
Any additional questions, ma'am? Ms. McCracken,
Yes.
any more questions?
Did he saw it? Because I know that my dog was inside due to the fact that I showed.
Okay, well,
Mr.
Ms. McCracken,
Okay.
now you're testifying. I just want to know,
Sorry.
because he's on the record has said he's gone there at least 2 times and no one answered. There was someone who answered, but they wouldn't allow him inside the property. Mr. Green, how many times did you visit the property and you were not allowed inside?
The first time. The second time was I was able to be
With me.
inside. That was from Miss McCracken.
With me.
Yes.
And the third time as well.
Yes, I agree. And I
Okay.
agree that at the time in my interior inspection for the fire alarm system, the property was vacant. But the first time when I got there, it was not.
It was my dog. And you
Okay.
claim
Well,
that
Ms.
somebody was
McCracken,
there.
Ms. McCracken, you can't testify. We're asking him questions.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Green.
No problem.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mr. Green.
Ms. McCracken, if you don't have any further questions, Ms. Rulo, do you have any additional witnesses?
Nope, Chairman.
Okay. Ms. McCracken, now is your turn to testify and tell us what you know about this property and its status.
Okay. This property is being vacant.
Please speak up, please.
Okay. This property is being vacant since I bought it. Nobody lived there. Once in a while, I have my dog in, not anymore because now I'm thinking something else. But I'm pretty sure I'm waiting. I'm sorry that I'm nervous. I applied with an attorney for the zoning at the time that Mr. Green went there. And my attorney got in touch with him as well, with Mr. Green. So I was in the process of getting my zoning. Now I'm the process of getting on my certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
Okay, so I can get my rental. Nobody lived in that property, and Mr. Green went with me the second and the third time in less than 15 days. It's empty.
Okay. Now, Ms. McCracken, you understand that the violation that we're dealing with here is a lack of a rental license. So and you've appealed that violation because, so you need to make an argument as to why that's not a valid violation.
At the time, I did have my attorney and he appealed it at the time. Now I cannot afford him. That's why that he's not here with me.
Okay, but you do need a rent. You are admitting on the record that you plan to rent the property out, correct?
At this time, I do not know. Maybe I can sell the property, but I'm in the process. I'm doing what is required by law, correct?
Okay, how many units are in the building?
3.
Okay.
12, yes.
Okay, do you have a rental license now?
No, the first step is having a certificate of
Understood.
occupancy. And
yes.
I I sent that to the, I believe to you and to, the attorney
Carol?
Rollo,
Right. Now,
and there, it's
well, let me ask you
on
this question.
review.
How many units were in the building when you purchased it?
It was, like that, but they re- renovated. I
Okay.
painted and stuff.
Okay.
Not
So
me, I'm sorry.
it was 3 units when you purchased it, correct?
Yes, but it was not legal.
Okay.
I put it zoning.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But it was 3 units. So you've never had a rental license for the property?
Never,
Have you ever
No.
had tenants living in the property?
never,
Okay.
never.
Okay. Any further questions from anyone else?
If I may just ask it, unless other board members have questions.
Please proceed, sir.
Ms. McCracken, on your appeal documents, you listed an address of 3261 Leland Drive in Bensalem, PA.
Correct.
That's your primary residence?
Yes, and since I don't live in that property and nobody else, I want all my mail going to my property, so I pay everything, the taxes and everything.
And that's where we sent that site violation notice because it's where you reside.
Yes,
And when you filed this appeal, I'm reading from your appeal document. It states that you had filed an application for a zoning use permit for 3 dwelling units. And then it states the property owner cannot obtain all 3 rental licenses until after the ZBA grants the requested variance. So that document does not dispute the fact that a rental license was needed at the property, correct?
Ms. McCracken, did you understand this question?
No, who appealed this, it was my attorney, but
And your attorney stated that the property owner cannot obtain all 3 rental licenses until after the ZBA grants the requested variance. So it did not dispute, your appeal did not dispute that a rental license, you needed a rental license for the property. It merely said that you were in the process of trying to get one. Is that correct?
okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
I do.
Yes.
Ms. McCracken, did you go to the zoning board? Did you have a hearing and did they grant
Yes.
you?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's why that I hire Mr. Master and it's granted, yes.
And did you
Everything
get,
is granted.
and you did receive approval for the rental of 3 units in your property?
No, sir, no. I applied for the certificate of occupancy and you guys have the attachment that it's they are reviewing it.
Well, wait, let me back up. Or Mr. Rulo, do you have a record whether or not it appears in her appeal, she listed a hearing at the zoning board on February 8th, 2023. And Mr. Masters must have been the attorney. Was there an action taken on that appeal? Did you get?
I do not have the zoning document in front of me. I do know that Ms. McCracken submitted a permit applying for a certificate of occupancy, but was in the process of needing to obtain a commercial building permit, which is currently under review. So that's the status as far as I can tell.
So there's no record of an approval for 3 rental units in the property?
I do not have that record in front of me at the moment.
I looked at the property earlier today. It seems like the property is now zoned for 4 units.
Thank you, Inspector.
Okay, thank you.
It's 3. Okay. I didn't know that.
Anyone else have any questions? And also, Mr. Rulo, this is a site violation, correct?
That's correct. And the amount in the site violation notice was $1,000.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have anything?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Green, the site violation notice was written upon your first inspection, the initial one, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay, there's Mr. Willow, any final argument?
I would just quickly summarize that I think that Inspector, we've established that the primary residence of the appellant is not at the property, that Supervisor Green went to the property and saw that there was an occupant and evidence of occupancy. The appeal documents do not dispute that a rental license is required at the property. So we believe that we've satisfied our showing that a rental license, the property was occupied and that a rental license was required at the time. So we'd ask for a city affirm with the full statutory amount.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCracken, do you have any final words for us that would help us understand your position in this matter?
Yes. The property was not rental, and Mr. Green knows that it's vacant. But you guys are the judge of everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I need to do this. Mr. Wade, give us a room quickly, please. We just need 3 minutes off the record. Thank you. We're back on the record regarding HA-2022-003736, 2025 North 4th Street, Letitia McCracken. We will call the vote. City affirmed. I would ask my colleagues to join me in the vote.
City affirmed.
Affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCracken, the vote was unanimous, city affirmed. That means that your appeal failed. You may appeal our decision. If you choose to, you need information, call the administrator's office on that number is on the letter that you receive, and they will tell you how to appeal our decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
so
good
much,
afternoon.
sir.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, Mr. Wade, where do we go back to?
Mr. Wade, board, if I may make a request, we're going to lose the inspector for case number 33 and 34, which has a Mandarin interpreter. I
Okay.
would ask if possible if we may be able to call those cases.
Okay, well, let's see what Mr. Wade, where are we?
I can
You heard that request?
I can call them next. I just want to briefly ask for appellant number 5. That case was already called. Sabak. Just recently joined. I opened a breakout room for the appellant and Mr. Fernandez.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're asking us to do.
We're nothing on the board for the appellant to join breakout room 3 with the attorney.
Oh, okay.
In the interim, I'll call cases number 33 and 34.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
At one point during the last hearing, I noticed on the screen someone with the name Struthers, whose case was continued. I don't believe she was here when we.
I don't believe that case was continued as of yet. I believe it was on the record, but I don't know if it was officially continued onto the record. I think it was just.
I'm sorry, this is case number 12.
We're on 33 and 34 at the moment.
Well, I understand. I believe.
We can call these. I'll revisit that case next.
Okay, we're having some major interference from someone.
There you go. That's from Miss Struthers.
Okay.
So this is case number 33, hearing appeal HA 2022-003333, 2512 South 3rd Street.
Mr. Wade, I'm sorry, I had to interrupt you, but I'd like to have the interpreter to interpret as you're calling it. So
Okay.
I need the interpreter to be sworn in.
Okay.
Do we have the Mandarin interpreter?
Yes.
Hi, yes, this is the Mandarin interpreter. My name is Alice Zhang.
Okay, just please spell your last name, please.
Z for zebra, H-A-N-G.
Okay, Ms. Zhang, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully transmit from English to Mandarin, Mandarin to English, the proceedings in this matter concerning 2512 South 3rd Street, Philadelphia?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Now, what we would like to do is have you interpret everything that's said, and you will in fact be the voice of the appellant. And so in this matter, as it's being read in, I'll need you to interpret what Mr. Wade says, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wade, keep in mind that she's going to interpret everything you say.
I'll be brief. This is case 33, hearing appeal HA 2022-003333, 2512 South 3rd Street.
Interpreter.
现在我们来进行案件0033332513号 Templeton Street 的案件进行处理。我是中文口译员，请您以简短的方式进行发言，谢谢。
Yang Dian Yang and Ian Yang Zhao.
Yang Yan Zhao.
Yeah, 是我。
That's me.
Okay. Ready? Mr. Wade, who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Board. Michelle Reinhardt for the City of Philadelphia.
Okay. Interpreter.
我来今天代表费城城市中心代表这次案件出庭。
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any witnesses?
I do. Inspector Yolanda Talbert is going to be the city's witness.
Okay.
Yolanda Talbert 是今天案件的目击者监察员。
Okay.
Ms. Talbot, if you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, unmute your computer, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Interpreter?
您今天是否发誓所述完全属实，全部如实？是的，我发誓。
是的，我发誓。
Okay. I would like now to swear in Yang Dan Yang and Zhang Yong Gao.
现在请 Yang Dan Yang 和 Zhang Yong Gao 进行宣誓。
Okay,
怎么
ma'am,
宣誓？
give us your name, please.
请陈述你的姓名。
I just want to be clear. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Are we talking about case number 34?
33. 33.
I thought we already did 33 that was continuing and must be heard.
No, not yet. We're on 33. We haven't done either of those.
All right, thank you.
Okay, interpreter, I need you to make sure you interpret everything that we say because as a non-English speaker, she needs to understand everything that we're saying regarding her case, okay?
好的，我们现在来进行宣誓，进行案件审理。
Okay. Ma'am, please identify yourself.
请说出你的姓名。
我叫高香云，香云高。
My name is Xiang Yun Gao.
Okay. And please explain the names that are on the list, which is Yang Dan Yang and Yang Zhong Gao, two different people. Who's the other person?
请解释这个单上有2位人士的姓名，Yang Dan Yan 和 Yang Yong Gao，另外一位人士是谁？
袁天样是我的先生。
Yang Dan Yang is my husband.
Okay. Thank you. Please raise your right hand so that you may be sworn.
请举起右手，准备宣誓。
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
你是否发誓今天你所提供的证词完全属实？
是的。
I do.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Ma'am, are there any other names on the deed to the property in addition to your husband's name and your name?
女士，请问这个房产上除了您和您丈夫的名字，是否还有其他人的名字？
没有。
No.
Okay. Thank you.
谢谢。
Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, I believe this is your matter.
Thank you.
Reinhardt, 请您继续这次案件的陈述。
I would like to start out by calling the city's inspector, Talbert, as the first witness.
Okay.
请第一位证词人督察员代表费城的督察员进行发言。好的。
To start, this is another site violation notice issued to the property for trash on the outside. Inspector, can you please introduce yourself for the record?
I'm Inspector Tolbert, South District.
And where do you work?
City of Philadelphia in the South District,
Excuse me for
Illinois.
excuse me for interrupting, but those comments were not translated to the appellant.
Okay. We have to understand, everyone. Pause and allow the interpreter to interpret. Okay. So.
好的。Sorry, may I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. 这个案件的违规通知书的原因是因为垃圾堆放在室外。那么现在督察员，请您自我介绍。我的名字叫 Albert， 请问你在哪里工作？我在费城的城市督察办工作。Please continue.
Inspector, you work for the Department of Licenses and Inspections.
请问你是否在城市的监察部进行工作？
Yes.
是的。
I am going to share my screen what has previously been circulated as City Exhibit A.
现在在我的屏幕上显示的是 A 的 A 证据，大家可以看见我的屏幕。
Inspector, do you see the site violation notice on your screen?
请问你在你的屏幕上是否有看到现场违规通知，监察员先生？
Yes.
是的。
The date of this notice is July 21st, 2022, and it is issued for 2512 South 3rd Street. Is that correct?
这个违规通知的下达日期是2022年7月21日，在2512号 South 3rd Street， 是这样吗？
Yes.
是的。
And can you tell us what the violation found in this site violation notice is?
你是否可以告诉我们，在这个违规通知书上，你发现的违规情况是怎样的？
Exterior front porch trash.
我发现在前廊有垃圾堆放。
Moving on to what has been previously marked City Exhibit B.
现在我们继续看证物 B。
I apologize. I'm trying to zoom out in order to see it properly. Are you able to see this photograph?
很抱歉。
Yes.
请你看一下我这个电脑上的图片，谢谢。
What is this? What is this photograph?
这是一张什么图片？
The front porch.
这是这个房子的前廊。
And what does this photograph depict?
这个图像上我们可以看到什么？
It shows that there's trash in the front of the property on the porch.
我们可以看到在前廊有杂物垃圾堆放。
Can you tell us the date of this photograph?
是否可以告诉我们这张图像的日期？
July 20, 2022.
2022年7月20日。
Um, I have no further questions for the inspector.
我对监察员没有后续问题。
Anyone else have any questions?
其他人是否有其他问题？
Okay. Ms. Yang, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector based on his testimony?
杨女士，请问你对监察员的证词是否需要交叉盘问？
对的，因为呢，我就是垃圾是放在前面，但是呢，我前面有那个围栏嘛，有那个栏杆那个围的嘛，我之前就是听别人说这个垃圾是放在栏杆里面是可以的嘛，然后我的垃圾都放在栏杆里面，而且我这条街邻居他们就是垃圾比我更多，他们
Ms. Yang, wait a minute. Ms. Yang, do you have any specific questions of the inspector, not testimony about the case? Do you have any specific questions about the testimony that Ms. Talbot gave a moment ago?
不好意思，杨女士，我问的是你是否有对监察员刚才的证词有疑问，我并不是让你提交一份你的证词。你是否对刚才监察员所做出的证词有疑问？
没，他拍的照片就是事实，没疑问啊。
I don't have questions. That was what was on the picture was true.
Okay, thank you.
谢谢。
Ms. Reinhardt, any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses.
是否有其他证人？没有其他证人。
Okay. Ms. Yang, would you like to now tell us what you understand about this matter?
杨女士，你现在是否想要告诉我们你对这个事情的理解？
对，因为呢，就是然后呢，我就是说，因为我的垃圾嘛，就是都是因为我这个前院上面都有那个围栏嘛，然后呢，我的垃圾呢都是放在围栏里面。以前呢，就是听人家说放在围栏里面是可以的嘛。然后呢，因为我感到很震惊，我的邻居，他们的垃圾比我还多，都是放在那边，他们都没有吃到罚单嘛。然后呢，如果就说我这个垃圾放在里面不行，你至少要给我一个提醒，是不是？那我就是准备，就是让我给我一个就是警告，让我把这个清理好也好嘛。
Just a moment. Stop, please. Interpreter, are you able to interpret all that she's saying? Or does she need to stop periodically?
Yes, she does.
Would you tell her that?
Yes, 请你间歇性的停顿，这样我才可以翻译完全。
好的，那我刚才说的你能够听得明白吗？
All right, I'll interpret what she just said. So my house is surrounded. There was a railing by the my house is surrounded by a fence, and I keep my trash inside of the fence. Also, my neighbors have more trash than I did, but they didn't get a violation notice. I feel like they should at least give me a heads up or a warning or anything like that.
Okay, Ms. Yang, is that your residence? Is that where you live?
杨女士，请问这是你的住处吗？请问你住在这个房子里吗？
没有，这是我那个出租房。
No, this is my rental property.
Okay. Who is responsible for the placement and removal of trash at that property?
请问在这个房子是谁来负责倒放垃圾、存放垃圾？
住客。
My tenants.
And so you agree that the tenants left trash at the front of the property and didn't put it where it should be?
所以你同意你的租客没有正常摆放垃圾，没有按规定把垃圾收好，是这样吗？
因为整条街都这样子放啊，他们住在里面的人也都知道啊，整条街的人都这样子放啊，而且我还有围栏围的呀。
Everyone who lives on that street does the same thing. I also have a fence.
I would object to that argument as irrelevant.
Okay.
我反对这个说法，这个和情况无关。
I will overrule the objection and ask a very specific question. Ms. Yang, have you spoken to the other property owners on that street?
我驳回你的反对，我现在需要问一个具体的问题，请问杨女士，你是否有跟这条街上的其他邻居进行商讨？
是的，有。
Yes, I have.
Okay. And you believe you're the only one who's gotten a violation notice?
你认为你是唯一一个吃罚单的人是吗？
是的。
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone?
其他人是否有任何问题？
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question.
Yes.
是的，我有一个问题要问。
Ms. Yang, where is the fence that you keep referencing?
杨女士，请问你一直在说的围栏在什么地方？
围栏就是在前院嘛，就是在前院的地方有围栏，垃圾就是放在围栏里面。
There's fence in my front yard, and the trash is put inside of the fence in my front yard.
Is the picture that was shown earlier the front of your property?
刚才我们看到的这个图像，是否是你这处房产的前面的图像？
是的。
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask Ms. Reinhardt to put that photograph up again so we can...
Yes, please.
请问 Reinhardt 女士，你是否可以把刚才的图像进行展出？
I would ask Ms. Reinhardt, is that the only photograph she has?
请问 Reinhardt 女士，这是你唯一的一个图像证据吗？
This is the photograph that was taken at the time of the site violation notice that it was written. And I would also note that the owner also admitted to this being her property and the condition of the property at the time of the inspection.
Interpreter.
这是我们在当时现场发放违规通知时拍摄的照片，同时我们有房主承认这是他的房产，以及承认这是房产当时的情况。
So my question to Ms. Yang is the fence, the black iron railing that's just showing a very little bit at the right-hand bottom corner, and maybe a little bit above that on the right. Is that the fence you're referring to?
杨女士，请问你说的栅栏围栏是这张图片右下角的黑色铁栏杆吗？
是的，黑色铁栏杆，但是我们是一整圈围进去的，他照相没照出来。
Yes, that is the black railing. That is the fence I referred to. But this railing is surrounded the property is not shown on the picture.
And why do you think the fencing is significant?
你为什么认为这个围栏的情况很重要？
这个围栏，因为我之前有就是听别人说，就是说围栏围过去的话，这个垃圾就是可以放在围栏里面吧。我就是担心没有围栏会吃罚单啊，然后就围起来就是放在里面啊。
Because I heard from other people, if I had a fence and if I put my trash in front of or within the fence, then I won't get a notice. I won't get a violation. I put the fence up specifically to avoid a violation.
And were the people you heard this from city workers from LNI?
请问你说听别人说的这个别人指的是费城 LNI 成员会的成员告诉你的吗？
是的，之前有一个人之前有一个人经过邻居的时候，然后我们就特别去问了嘛，然后他就说有栏杆里面的话可以放。
Yes, there was a person passing by the neighborhood, and then we asked him, and he said, yes, you can put trash next to the fence. That's okay.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
谢谢，我没有其他问题。
I
I
would
have,
like
I
to,
have a
you have
question
questions?
for the inspector.
我对监察员有一个问题，
Okay, please.
请
Inspector?
讲。
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Mr. Inspector, on that back fence that partially shown, is that a legal fence?
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry,
this is the interpreter. I couldn't hear the question.
I'm trying to find out whether that black fence is a legal fence. I'm watching how far it's sticking out in the pavement. So I'm asking the inspector, is that legal?
监察员，请问这个图像上显示的这个黑色栏杆，这个是否合法？是否违规？是否合规？
I'm gonna object just because I don't know, the inspector isn't here to testify regarding that, so may not have the information regarding the legality of the fence. They were here in order to testify regarding the SBN specifically. That
no,
being said,
Are we discussing the trash and the placement of the trash?
我反对，因为今天监察员出席是讨论垃圾的这个情况。
Okay, let me deal with the objection. I'm going to overrule it, but I think specifically the reason is that I think one of the things we need to understand is one, the dimensions. If this is the only photograph, we have difficulty determining the placement of the trash in relationship to the other properties and the sidewalk. Do you have any other photographs, Ms. Reinhardt?
我反对你的这个意见。我们现在需要讨论的是这个垃圾的问题。请问是否有其他图像？因为这一张图像不能显示清楚，没有包括所有的房产周围的情况，包括人行道。是否有其他图像证据？
I would like to reply with 2 points. First of all, this was not a defense that was raised in the appeal, so the city had no notice that this was going to be raised as an issue, and certainly no notice about an L&I representative walking by and providing this type of advice. The second thing is, I believe the
Wait a minute, let the interpreter say that and then go to the second point.
市政府没有接到任何通知说这将被作为一个问题，今天会提出来。
The second point is that the inspector may be able to clarify whether what was testified to regarding offense is true, which may change some of the questions that the board has.
那么，监察员可以澄清是否可以为这个围栏的问题进行作证，这样可以解答董事会成员的一些问题。
Okay, Ms. Ryan, do you have any other photographs, or is this it?
So I would be able to potentially go back and find photographs now that this issue has been raised for the very first time during the hearing. But
No, Ms. Reinhardt, the issue is whether we need to see that more of the exterior of the building and the placement of the trash compared in terms of see front on what this whole means. We have a very narrow view of the property and the trash here. That's why we're asking. That's why I'm asking if you have any more photos.
瑞尔女士，因为我们现在在这个图像上看到的情况是非常窄的，这个视野很窄，我们不能够做一个公平的决定。你是否有其他的图像证据？
你可不可以等我5分钟？我现在跑过去照一张相片给你看。
Can you wait 5 minutes? I can go over there and take a picture.
No.
不要这样做。
Yeah. Ms. Reinhardt, I'm asking, do you have any other photographs in your evidence that would be useful?
not on hand because this issue was only raised for the first time during this hearing.
We're on point of the trash itself. That's what the question is about. And it's regarding photographs of trash. That's all. So if you don't have them, you don't have them.
Ryan 女士，你是否有其他的图像证据？没有，这是第一次听证这个案件。没有关系，这个案件是有关于垃圾堆放。如果你没有其他证据，就没有其他证据。
我没有
Mr.
对
Washington, do you need any more information regarding the fence?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm not getting enough information to really make a decision because of that one picture. That one picture is not even a frontal view, it's a side view. So I
Okay.
really,
Let's let the interpreter
that's gonna leave
interpret.
it like that.
我无法针对这张图片做一个决定，这不是一个完整的前廊的照片，这只是一个从侧面拍摄的照片。单单看这张图像，我无法给出一个公平的决定。
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I have one or two questions.
yes,
主席
please.
同志，我有1到2个问题，请问
Where do you store the trash for pickup by the city trash department?
请问为了让城市的垃圾车把垃圾拾走，这个垃圾应该放在哪里？
Ms. Yang?
Yeah，
杨女士，
垃圾就是每周星期五，我们就是每周星期四晚上放在那个人行道旁边啊。
We put the trash by the path every Thursday night before Friday.
What day of the week? Either the inspector, can the inspector verify what day of the week this picture was taken?
监察员，请你说出这是星期几拍摄的照片。
Inspector, can you verify what day of the week July 20th, 2022 is?
请你说出7月20号2022年这是一个星期几，监察员先生。
I will have to look it up.
我需要看一下，
Let me ask a different question.
我需要问一个其他的问题，
Can we go back to that picture, please?
请我们把这张图片再放上来，谢谢。
Is this where the trash is put on the day or on the evening before trash pickup? Is this a picture of where the trash is placed for pickup on the next day? Ms. Yang?
请问杨女士，这张图片上面显示的是不是在来取垃圾前一天你们放在人行道边上的情况？
不是，这个是在我这个栏杆里面。
No, that is not. That is inside of my fence.
Thank you.
谢谢。
I would just point out that July 20th was a Wednesday.
我现在要说7月20号，当时是一个星期三。
May I stop sharing my screen?
我可以把屏幕放下吗？
Yes.
是的。
Ms. Yang, do you have any additional information you want to share with us?
杨女士，你是否需要分享补充信息？
对，然后呢，我意思就是说，我们整条邻居都没有罚单，你至少我垃圾放在垃圾放在这个围栏里面。如果你们觉得我放在里面不合适，你们是不是也要拿一封信警告我们，就是给我们时间去清理嘛，对吧？但是现在呢，我已经把这些垃圾。
Interpreter, I'm not. Are you able to catch all of that? And my apologies if you are, but.
Oh, thank you for that sentiment. Yes, I do want to say that none of my other neighbors have received a site violation notice like this. I feel like it's only fair if you think there was a violation in front of my property. It's only fair if I could receive like a warning letter or anything, or like a day or two to clean that up before I get a formal site violation notice.
I object, as any discussion of any other properties is not the property at issue here. What we're here to discuss is whether the violation existed at this property and whether the SVN was properly issued.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Yeah, let
我
me finish.
反对你的说法，因为今天在这里我们讲述的是你的房产问题，任何关于其他房产的情况问题跟你的案件没有关联。
Okay, the objection has been sustained, understood. Mr. Tennant, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question for Inspector Talbert.
我对监察员 Albert 有一个问题要问。
Inspector Talbert, what amount of debris sitting there did you determine that a site violation notice was appropriate from the photo we had up?
监察员 Albert， 请问当时情况是有多少垃圾堆放？你觉得认为是需要发出罚单？
Looking at the photo, the trash bags, the door, that would make me issue a site violation.
在看到这张图像，我们看到垃圾袋还有一个门，这足够让我发一张罚单。
Okay.
Okay, so there was one bag and one door, correct?
有一个垃圾袋，一扇门。
Yes.
Thank you.
是
I
的，
have
谢
one-
谢。
I have one more question. The site violation notice that's attached to the appeal lists an Inspector Shannon Greer. So what connection did Inspector Talbert also go to the property?
我有一个问题，在这个现场违规通知上，还有这个上诉书上有一个名字 Shannon Grill， 请问这个 Albert 先生当时也在现场吗？
Inspector Greer just retired, so I'm sitting in for her.
So you did
监
not visit, I'm sorry, go ahead.
监察员 Greer 已经退休了，所以我今天代表他来出席。
So you did not actually visit the property and take this picture, is that correct?
所以你没有本人亲自去现场发这个罚单，是这样吗？
Yes, that's correct.
是这样的。
Okay. I will note for the record, though, that we do have one additional case today on 3rd Street with a similar violation. That's 2510 South 3rd Street. So, in fact, other folks have been cited. Just to for the record.
Mr. Chair, I just have
Wait.
one
Sheesh,
question
I
for
need the interpreter.
clarity's sake.
Excuse me, the interpreter has to interpret what I just said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
我需要备注，今天我们还有一个案件是1号3街，有一个案件也需要进行讨论。
Ms.
是的
Washington?
，Yes，这个也是我的房子。
Correct, that's also my property.
Okay.
But just real quick for clarity's sake, what is a front porch? Because the violation is a specific violation location is the front porch. For being this guy from Philadelphia,
Okay, let's
I
do
have
the
a whole
interpreter.
different understanding of a strike front porch.
Let the
我有一个问题，请问前廊具体指的是什么部分？一直在说前廊，我想要澄清一下，前廊这个到底指的是哪里？
I believe I can clarify, and this may also clarify some of the information that the owner has provided, that it looks like there is a front railing in front of where this trash is currently stored. And
Okay, stop.
我可以澄清这个问题，这个也可以澄清这个房主有的一些问题。在图像上，我们看到前廊有一个黑色的栏杆栅栏。
And that was considered the front porch area, which seems consistent with what Ms. Yang is also saying about it being in relation to the property.
这是我们作为前廊的一个部分，这也是杨女士刚才说的前廊栅栏，这个围起来，在房产周围围起来的这个情况。
Okay, Ms. Washington, any further questions?
No, I still want to
是
stay
否
on,
有其他问题？
I still want to stay on that one. So that's not considered the payment. That's, again, I got to get clarity on front porch. I hear you talking about the railing. I asked you about the railing. No, I'm sorry, I didn't ask you about the railing. I asked the inspector about the railing. Go ahead, interpreter.
我还是不明白，因为我刚才有问栅栏的问题，我现在要问的是前廊是具体是什么部分？你刚才回答的是有关于栅栏的问题。
And I just want to get clarity on front porch, the city's meaning of front porch.
我想让你澄清一下，到底前廊是指的是哪一个房产的哪一部分？前廊的具体含义，请解释。
Okay. I think, Ms. Reinhardt, one of the questions that because of the way the violation is written,
因为这个违规通知的这个书写，所以我们有这个有关于前廊的问题。
there's no clear image of trash on the front porch, what we generally consider a front porch, which is a part of the structure of the house. We see structure on the pavement in front of the house, which is not the front porch. So are we missing something?
Could
Wait, no.
我们在这里可以看到，在这个门廊结构，在门廊是属于房子结构的一个部分。我们这里可以看到房子的一个部分，门廊这部分。那我们没有看到的是人行道周边的情况，是否有其他的可以澄清？
Could I share my screen in order to clarify what is found, what the front of the property looks like?
Okay, thank you.
我是否可以分享我的屏幕，这样我们可以看一下这个房子前面是什么样子的？
I am showing a photograph dated December 28th, 2022. Inspector Tolbert, can you tell us what Cyclomedia through the Philadelphia OPA website is?
你好，我现在在给你看的这张是在2022年的12月28日。请问 Tolbert 先生，你是否可以给我们解释这个网站的含义 ？OPA。
This is a site that shows the front of a property in the city of Philadelphia.
这是在费城拍摄的此处房产前面的影像。
And Inspector, would you agree that this shows that part of the front of the property is on raised cement with a I'm going to say see-through black railing around the front?
你是否同意这个房产的前方部分位于水泥地上有一个可以透视的黑色栏杆？
Yes.
是的。
Is it fair to say that the raised portion can be considered a porch?
是否可以说这个凸起的部分可以称作一个前廊？
Yes.
是的。
Board Member Washington, I'm not sure if that answers your questions.
智慧成员 Washington 先生，我不知道这是否可以帮助你解答你刚才的问题。
The way that you asked the question, she was giving you her opinion on that, what that raised portion is. I'm, like I said, from living in Philadelphia, interpreter.
刚才你问的问题，他有回答你，并且有给你他的观点。我是费城的居民。
The porch always was, when you go up the steps, that will be the porch. And from the testimony that the appellant gave, she was correct. There's other families with the same stuff when they front.
刚才像杨女士所说的，在你往上走的时候，这个旁边的部分是前廊。杨女士说的是真的，是其他的邻居，他们也有在前廊堆积个人物品。
I have to object to that observation as multiple things. First of all, the date of this photograph, as already testified to, was December 28th, 2022, rather than July. So it shows a different date, first of all.
我有几个反对意见。第一，这张图片的摄影日期是12月28号，2022年，并不是7月份。
Second, as Chairman Woodson described earlier, there is another SVN appealed for this block on today's list.
第二点，今天我们确实还有另外一个罚单的上诉，也是来自于这条街道。
And third, we're here to discuss appellant's site violation notice and not the existence of other SVNs written to other neighbors.
第三点，我们今天在这里现在来讨论的是上诉人的现场违规通知，而不是其他邻居的违规通知。
One of the things that I want to look at is, you put this picture up. She testified that there is other neighbors. I'm not discussing about whether they got any other violations. I'm discussing that it seems like everyone on the block is doing the same exact thing.
我的问题是，你把这个图像发放出来，他告诉你这条街的情况，我没有说其他邻居违规通知的问题，我问的是这条街上的人做的都是一样的事情。
Maybe I can ask a question that will help here, Mr. Washington. For our appellate, Ms. Yang.
Washington 先生，可能我现在可以问一个对这个情况会比较有用的问题，让杨女士进行回答。
Ms. Yang, has the residents always stored their trash at the front of the property as long as you've owned it?
请问杨女士，自从你所拥有这个房产以来，请问你的租客是否一直将这个个人物品堆积在前廊上？
是的，因为要不然没地方放，人家都这样子放，你叫他放哪里呀
？Yes, there's nowhere else to put. Everyone does the same.
Okay, thank you.
Objection. As far everyone else does the same is
that isn't the purpose of my question. My purpose of my question really has to do with the quantity of trash, the organization of the trash, and whether a person would be in violation simply by placing trash on the front, or is there a better way of doing it? Interpreter.
这不是我的不好意思，我反对，因为这跟其他的邻居没有关系，这并不是我的问题。我的问题是这个垃圾的数量，还有垃圾的摆放，以及是否有其他更好的方式去摆放垃圾。谢谢。
And of course, I'm certain there are ways to build a space that is opaque. You can't see through it, where a person could build a corral for trash, and that's people do it a lot. And I'm not here to cross that line and to tell them how to handle it, but that's an observation. Interpreter.
当然，我们可以有其他的方式来更好的摆放垃圾，比如说我们可以建立不能透视的这种围栏，这样大家看不到这个垃圾的摆放。但我只是作为这个证据、这个情况来提问的一个特殊问题。
Okay, Ms. Yang, do you have anything else before we make a decision in your case?
杨女士，在我们对此案件做出决定之前，你是否还有其他话要讲？
对，因为我也跟住客讲，就是尽量的这个东西就是少放嘛。就现在那边他们垃圾也少放了，我们那边也都清理的蛮干净的呀，垃圾也少，垃圾桶里面也没这么多垃圾的。
Yes, I also told my tenants to not put as much trash in front of the porch, and they they have been doing so. They have been trying their best to do it according to the regulation.
Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any final argument in this matter?
I actually have some questions for Ms. Yang.
Okay, please.
Reinhardt 女士，你是否还有其他问题？我对杨女士还有几个额外问题，请讲。
Can you give us any additional information on the city representative you talked to about the fence?
针对于你刚才说的，你有跟城市的监管员进行垃圾处理方面的沟通，请问你是否有具体的细节？对于这位城市监管员的信息，你是否有具体的细节？
然后就是他们城市监管人员，就是他们跟邻居就是交流的时候，刚刚好碰上嘛。然后就是刚才说的，他就说东西就是可以放在栏杆里面，就是垃圾可以放在栏杆里面啊。
They were talking to our neighbors and they told us the trash can be placed in front of the front porch.
Do you know who that person was specifically?
你是否知道这个人是谁？他叫什么名字？
他自己有跟我说叫什么名字，因为我英文不是很好，他跟我说了一下，然后我也忘记了叫什么名字啊。
He told me his name, but I couldn't remember. It was an English name. My English is not good.
Do you know when this conversation happened?
请问这个你是什么时候发生的事情？这个人是什么时候在那里？
几个月之前。
Couple of months ago.
Do you know when specifically?
具体时间你知道吗？
我只能说几个月之前，具体我真的记不了了。
I don't know the exact date.
Do you know what season it was?
你记得是什么季节吗？
差不多，大概我觉得差不多可能一两月吧，就是差不多，过完春节之后吧，大概就是那段时间吧。大概应该不，那个是冬天还是春天呢？我也记得不是很清楚。反正那时候我们是穿的长袖嘛。
It was either January or February. I was wearing long sleeve shirt. Either winter or
name would
spring.
be there on here. Go to
Okay, just one moment. Miss Alfred, please mute.
Amen.
Please mute. Thank you. Miss Reinhardt?
Just to understand, that was January or February of 2023?
你说的是2023年的1月或2月吗？
我具体时间几月份我真的不记得，但是我只知道那时候可能是冬天，因为我有穿外套。具体是哪一个月我真的记得不是那么清楚，大概只能说是几个月之前吧。
I'm not sure. I think I was wearing a jacket. I can't tell you the exact month.
That's not my question. My question, you said it was just a couple months ago and then believed it was January or February. Would that be January or February of 2023?
这不是我的问题，我的问题是你说是几个月以前，所以我问的是不是2023年1月或者2月，是不是2023年？
我只能说现在差不多，现在8月嘛，就几个月之前，我真的不记得。你一定要我说1月份、2月份，我真的不记得。我只能说大概几个月之前，我是觉得那时候可能是冬天，我穿的外套嘛。你一定要我说1月份、2月份，我真的没有办法给你一个具体的时间啊。
I could only tell you it was a couple months ago. I don't know if it was January or February.
Again, my question is
But
not.
Ms. Reinhardt, I think you've asked it a couple of different ways. I'm not.
I have, but I have not gotten the answer yet, whether this is 2023 or not.
Okay, was it 2023?
是不是2023年？
是的 ，yes.
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any closing argument?
I do, thank you. I have.
Reinhardt, 你是否有任何结束证词？是的。
And
Uh,
please, just do bite-sized amounts so the interpreter can share the information.
I'm going to renew the objections regarding the multiple defenses that were raised for the first time in this hearing.
我再次反对之前在此听证会上我反对的这些内容。
This includes the fence argument.
这包括刚才我们说的围栏、栅栏论据。
However, it appears that this conversation, based on the owner's testimony, occurred a number of months after this SVN was written. So any actions were not in reliance on any representatives' discussion.
这个业主的证词是在这个罚单之后几个月的，所以并没有依赖这个城市监管员当时的言语。
There was an argument made that the owner is not responsible for the trash and condition of the property, which the owner can make a separate agreement with tenants for who is responsible, but between them, but ultimately it's always the owner's responsibility.
那么我们有说房主对于垃圾的摆放、垃圾的处理没有责任，但这个房主最终是有责任将垃圾处理好、摆放好，并且房主可以和租客进行单独协议。
There was an argument that neighbors were not similarly cited, despite the evidence that there is at least one other case on this list showing that another property, a neighboring property, was also cited.
我们有论据表明，这个其他的邻居没有收到相似的罚单，可是我们今天此次听证会上，在同一条街道是有另外一个上诉 SBN 的案件处理。
I would also add that the owner, Ms. Yang, asked for a warning rather than an SVN on the basis of how she speculates that other neighbors were treated.
杨女士有说，她希望能够收到一个警告，而不是正式的罚单，而且其他邻居也没有收到相似的城市通告。
But this was a site violation notice for which no warning is required.
但这是一个现场的违规通知，现场违规通知不需要提前进行警告。
She admitted to the existence of the trash as it appeared in the picture.
杨女士有承认，像图像上所显示的，当时是确实有垃圾堆放。
And just argued that it should not be a violation because it was behind the railing.
然后有说这不应该作为违规通知处理，因为这是在围栏的后方。
And Inspector Talbert testified that even behind the railing, the trash in that location is indeed a violation.
Albert 监察员有进一步作证，即使是在前廊在围栏之后，相应的垃圾储放也是属于违规行为。
And that concludes my arguments.
以上是我最后的证词总结。
Thank you.
谢谢。
Okay, we will poll the board on HA-2022-00333, 2512 South 3rd Street.
好的，现在我召集董事会成员对于 HA-2022-0033 南2512号
Young Diane Yang and Zhang Young Gao.
雍丹样和雍高藏。
Voting, city affirmed.
Appeal sustained.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
证实，证
Appeal
实，
sustained.
持续。
Thank you very much. The majority vote is city affirmed.
好，最后的投票显示是城市肯定确认。
Miss Yao, you've lost your appeal. You may appeal our decision if you choose to.
杨女士，你的上诉没有成功，你可以对我们的此次决定再次进行上诉。
Please contact the administrator's office if you need information as to how you should submit an appeal of our decision.
如果需要相关的信息，你可以联系我们的市行政长官，去了解如何再次进行上诉。
Okay. Thank you very much.
谢
We'll
谢
call
你
the next case.
我
She's
们
on the
继
next
续
case.
下一次案件。
Here's the next case.
Case number, this is case number 34, hearing appeal HA 2022-003334, 2510 South 3rd Street, Yang Ding Yang.
接下来一个案件，案件34 HA 20220033342510号，案件员 Yao Lingon。
Okay. It's Ms. Reinhardt, I assume you're handling this one as well?
I am. I do have a question though for Inspector Talbert. My understanding was that we were going to lose the inspector at 4 o'clock. Are you?
Well, no, I need to interpret it too, please.
是的，我也是这个案件的负责人。请问监察官先生，你是否在4点钟需要离席 ？Albert。
Inspector, are you able to stay to testify for this case?
监察官先生，你是否可以停留对此次案件进行作证？
Yes.
是的。
Okay. Mr. Young Din Yang, are you present?
杨女士，你还在吗
Yes，我在。
？Yes, I'm here.
For some reason, I don't see his image. Oh, that's the
我没
same
有看
person,
到
isn't
你。
it?
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
I want the person whose name is on the sheet.
我需要这个案件上的成员姓名。
Is Yang Din Yang? Is that who I'm looking at?
Yang Dingyan 是这个人吗？
他是我先生。
That's my husband.
Well, I want your husband's image. He submitted the appeal. He needs to be here to testify.
那么你的丈夫递交的上诉，他需要在这里进行作证。你的丈夫在吗？
我代表他不可以吗？
Can I represent him?
Is he present?
他在不在？
他现在不在啊。
He's not here.
Okay.
Chairman, if I may clarify, my understanding is that he is the only name on the deed.
Okay. Interpreter?
我需要澄清，他的名字是这个器具上的唯一姓名。
是的。
Yes.
Mr. McSherry, what is your view of this? You muted
Sherry，
it.
你怎么看？
If his name is the only name on the deed and for this property and he's not here, I would advise that she would not be able to present an argument on his behalf.
如果他的名字是这个契约上的唯一姓名，那么我建议他是需要出席，本人需要出席，别人不可以代替。
那现在如果因为可是他要上班啊，我这是第二次来了，你这样子开一个听证会，我从1点开始做到现在4点多啊，那我先生要上班啊。
He's at work. I've been sitting here from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. He needs to be at work.
Okay. That is not a sufficient defense and doesn't really resolve the problem then.
这并不是一个足够的证词，这不能够作为足够的理由。
Ms. Reinhardt, what I'm proposing then is we have to continue this matter because the appellant must appear. If his name is the only one on the deed, he has to be present, or his lawyer has to be present, representing his interests.
I understand.
Reinhardt 这个上诉人，他必须本人出席或者律师出席才能继续。我理解。
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe they could also use a power of attorney if the city reviews and approves it.
我觉得他们也可以用委托书的形式来继续这次案件。
That's true, Ms. Reinhardt. Would the city accept the power of attorney between the husband and the wife?
That would be something that I would have to review if it was created.
Reinhardt， 请问城市是否可以接受夫妻双方的委托书？这我需要进行查询，看一下是否有相关条例。
Okay. Ms. Yang, you have three options for the next hearing. We're going to continue today's hearing. When you come back, either your husband has to be here, or he has a lawyer representing, or you have to have a power of attorney if you want to represent his interests that must be submitted prior to the hearing.
杨女士，你现在有3个决定。今天我会将你的案件持续听证。今天我需要给你3个选择，在你们下一次出席的时候，有3种情况可以选择。第一，你的丈夫必须本人出席；第二，你的丈夫可以寻找律师代替出席；第三，你们可以建立法律委托书，委托你来替你的丈夫进行出席。
我想问一下，我干脆我不上庭了，我直接罚单罚了算了，因为我进来上诉，你也不知道你有没有给我机会。我先生真的我们现在家里呢就靠我先生去上班，我真的我那边工如果停的工，我一天也都要去了100多块，我是觉得没有这个必要了，那我就直接我就直接罚单罚了好吗？我就弃权不上诉了，因为这样子真的很麻烦啊。我们在这里等了都等了半天。
Wait.
Stop. This is silly.
Miss Interpreter, can you get all of that?
Yeah. If that's the case, maybe I'll just withdraw my appeal. This is very time consuming. We're depending on my husband's income. We can't afford to be doing this. We'll just pay for the violation.
It's her choice. It's her choice. It's her husband's choice, and they decide. We're going to continue that case today. Have a good afternoon. Please interpret that.
这是你和你丈夫的决定，不管你们怎么选择这个案件，我今天作为持续处理。祝你有一个美好的下午。
好的，那我就想问一下，既然就是说前面那个房子，你就是说都已经，就是现在我如果不上诉的话，那我现在这个罚单怎么罚？你是不是还会寄给我一个新的账单呢？
If I wish to not continue with this case, do you send me a new bill so that I can pay for it?
No, what she has to do if she wants to not continue, her husband has to send a notice in to withdraw her appeal.
如果你们不想继续这个案件，你的丈夫需要本人寄送一份通知，通知我们不想继续进行上诉。
那不想这个上诉，我这个怎么做？程序去哪里做啊
？Where do we go to do that? How do we do that?
You send it to the same address that's on the letter that she received in the mail.
你需要把相关通知发送到你所收到信件上的地址。
那我之前那个房子，现在那个罚单怎么罚？
What about my previous address? How do I pay for that violation?
Well, that's all on the instructions that she has in the communications that she's received. That's all in those documents that she has.
相关内容全部在你所收到的信件上可以进行查阅。你有相关文件？
哪个相关文件啊？这个多久？我不知道他说的相关文件是什么意思。因为我之前本来说记得那个他给的那个罚单，因为我在这个 appeal 嘛。 所以我这个里面的账单多少钱是可以 hold 的嘛？但是我现在要付多少钱呢？没有新的账单出来呀。
I don't know which document to refer to. I don't know what's the new amount of the penalty I need to pay for.
Okay. She should look at the violation notice that she received in the mail. The amount of the violation is on that notice. And she may need someone to interpret for her, but that's where it is.
你需要看一下你所收到的违规通知单，违规通知单有上面的相关具体金额，你也可以让会英文的翻译帮你看一下这些相关信件。
是不是那个罚单之前那个女士她有展现的那一张呢？之前一个叫什么 Richard Reinhardt， 是不是他之前有展示的我之前只是收到那样子的一个通知单啊，就是 violation notice 那个单子没有特别的账单啊。
Is that the same notice Ms. Reinhardt just displayed on her screen?
Yes. Yes.
是的。
那因为我之前是在 Hold， 然后我那个是付多少钱？是付100块钱对吗？应该不是300块钱吧？
So do I just pay $100 instead of $300?
No, you pay the amount that's. We have to move on. If she needs more information, she needs to call the office. But she pays the amount on each violation. It's whatever it says on that violation notice is what she pays. But we have to end this conversation today. I have many more cases to hear.
你需要支付的罚款金额是跟罚单上面所陈述的金额一模一样的金额。如果你有相关的其他问题，请你联系我们的办公室，拨打电话进行咨询。我们后面还有很多其他的案件，我们必须要继续了。谢谢。
拨打，你跟他讲一下，拨打哪个
Thank
地
you.
方？
No more questions. No more questions. No more questions. We have to move on. Thank you very much. Please interpret that.
我们将不接受你的其他问题，我们需要继续此次听证。谢谢。
Thank you. Mr. Wade, please call the next case.
I'm sorry, this is the Mandarin interpreter. I believe that's all for today.
Yes. Have a good afternoon.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Case number 12, hearing appeal HA 2022-003344, 1250 South 45th Street, Margaret Struthers.
Okay, there was a continuance on this matter earlier, I believe.
The appellant is present.
Yes,
Okay,
we don't
Mr.
know if we, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
please.
who's speaking, please?
My Hello?
We can't hear you at all.
Ms. Struthers.
Hello. I said hello. Okay, that's my mother right there.
Give me one second. I
Okay.
put her in the waiting room. I'll bring her back in.
Okay, Mr. Fernandez, is this your matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it is, and this was already disposed of as continued at the appellant's request, and then I requested a must-be-tried designation.
Okay, so Mr. Wade, inform her that we continued her matter. We're not going to hear anything else on it today. It'll be continued. Let's move on to the next case.
Okay, case number 5 was previously called as the city affirmed lack of appearance. They've recently joined. I don't know if you want me to call that at the end or.
They have to submit a request for a rehearing. Let's move on to the next open case.
Okay. So that would be case number 19, hearing appeal HA 2022-003747, 1517 North 25th Street, Thomas Curran. Service was made.
Thank you. Who's representing the city?
Hi, it's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Is Thomas Curran present?
I don't believe he is. The city is going to ask that it be marked as failure to appear.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wade has already stated that service was made. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:46 p.m.
Okay, 4:46 p.m. And I just lost my place.
Number 19, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. 4:46 p.m. All righty, we will call the vote on HA-2022-003747, 1517 North 25th Street, Thomas Kern. City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed for non-appearance.
Thank you very much, Mr.
City
Washington.
affirmed non-appearance. And what
Okay.
time is that we had?
The time was
4:46.
4:46.
Thank you.
Okay, what's next, Mr. Wade?
Case number 30. Hearing
Okay.
appeal HA 2022 003945 725 Johnston Street. Karen Anderson.
Thank you. Who's representing the city?
Lee Bagelman for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bagelman. And who's representing Karen Anderson? Karen Anderson. I see a Karen that's been muted. Is that the appellant, Mr. Wade?
She's been bouncing on and off. She's been on the whole time, but
Okay,
under different names.
Karen Anderson.
Yes.
Okay, ma'am, we need
Unmute
we need to see your face.
Hello?
Yes, Karen Anderson, we need to see your face.
Okay, can you give me an idea how to do that and I'll happily let you see. Okay, hold on. Zoom wants you to use your camera. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you see me now?
No. Okay, we can see you now. Please unmute. Yes, there you are. Ma'am, would you identify yourself, please? You're muted at the moment. Okay. Please, Mr. Wade, this keeps bouncing between muted and unmuted.
Hello? Can you
He was on a different device earlier.
Ms. Anderson, you're muted again.
He looks frozen, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bagelman, what's the nature of this case?
This is a property maintenance violation, high weeds in the front part of the house.
Okay. Is this the first time this is being heard?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. This isn't going to work with, she's going to have to, we got to reschedule this so she can get on a different device because we can't hear cases. She's bouncing between muted and unmuted and free.
Okay.
Miss Anderson, what device were you on prior?
Anderson?
Mr. Wade, it probably is worth a phone call to her.
I put her in the waiting room and I'm going to call her.
Yeah, see if you can work it out. And is there another matter we can hear while you're doing that?
Case number 31. Hearing
Okay.
appeal HA 2022 002879 2296 Bryn Mawr Ave. Rodney Wright, Monique Gray Wright.
Okay, Mr. Bagelman, are you okay? Just be patient with us, sir. We'll come back to you. Okay, who's handling this matter, number 31?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Will Fernandez for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon again. Rodney Wright or Monique Gray Wright? Either
Yes, sir.
person present?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good afternoon to you.
How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good. Are you the only two individuals' names on the deed?
Yes.
Okay. Who's speaking for you in today's hearing? Who will be doing the talking?
Both of us.
Okay, well, I need to swear both of you in. Raise your right hand. Your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
True, yes.
Thank you very much. Please place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, do you have a witness today?
Yes, Inspector Robert Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, unmute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You place your hand down. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen to display my evidence packet. It appears like I didn't add the page numbers. I apologize for that oversight, but it's only 5 pages long, so
Okay.
Too bad. Inspector Morgan, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, before I begin Inspector Morgan's testimony, I just want to briefly introduce this matter. This is a violation issued for 2296 Bryn Mawr Avenue. It is for erecting a front fence that requires a zoning permit without the zoning permit. The reason a zoning permit is needed for this fence is because it is more than 4 feet in height, it is more than 50% opaque, and it is along the front of the subject property. That's all I'll say for opening. So with no further ado, I will turn to Inspector Morgan. Inspector Morgan, can you see the screen okay?
I can, yes.
Sorry, see him.
Can you please introduce yourself and state your position of employment?
Sure. My name is Robert Morgan. I'm a building inspector for the City of Philadelphia Licenses and Inspections, Construction Inspections Unit.
Okay. The document that is currently on the share screen, can you please identify that for the board and for the appellants?
Yes, that's a violation notice.
What date was it issued on?
June 16th, 2022.
To what property was it issued?
2296 Bryn Mawr Avenue.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down. Can you please report what violations were issued in connection with this notice of violation?
Yeah, the violation was issued for a zoning. The violation was issued because a zoning permit is required for the construction, erection, removal, demolition, or change in exterior dimensions of any structure. Specifically, the front fence, because it is more than 4 feet in height and more than 50% opaque.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down now to page 3 of 5 in my packet. Before I ask you any questions about the photograph you see on your screen, I will ask you, when was the last time you went out to this property?
Well, I did a re-inspection this morning.
And what was the condition of the property unchanged from your prior observation?
It was unchanged.
Okay, and did you check LNI system for any zoning permits?
I did not check this morning.
Okay, are you aware of any zoning permits having been issued for this fence in the past?
No.
Okay, can you please describe the photograph on your screen right now?
Okay, sure. This is a corner property with a fence facing the street over 4 feet and more than 50% opaque.
Okay, and does this reflect the condition of the property as you observed it this morning?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the next picture. Is this a photograph of the same property?
It is.
And is this consistent with the observations you made this morning?
It is, yes.
Okay, I'm finally going to scroll down to page 5. Can you explain what's going on in this picture, Inspector?
This was a re-inspection to verify the height of the fence that was constructed, and it is just under 6 feet in height.
Okay, Inspector, based on your knowledge of the Philadelphia Code, does a fence like the one shown in these photographs require a zoning permit?
It does. If it's over 4 feet and under 6 feet, a zoning permit is required by Philadelphia Code.
Okay, let's say that the appellants were to get on the record momentarily and testify that, in fact, the front of their house is pointing this way and they consider this the side of their house. Would that change your assessment?
It would not. It's a corner property. Any side of a property facing a street has to comply to the Title 14 zoning code.
Okay, I have no further questions for the inspector.
Okay, I'd like to ask you, Mr. and Mrs. Wright. Now, I assume that you're husband and wife. I don't want to, you're muted, so unmute yourself, please. And for purposes of the cross-examination, I'd ask only one of you to do that. So please decide which of you will ask the question in this instance. And also, because we're on the record, the court reporter is recording everything that's said. You will need to decide who will respond to questions. So we don't want two different answers from each of you. And so you'll need to come to the decision as to who's going to do that. But okay, whoever's between the two of you will ask the inspector questions. Please do that now. And give in mind that you're asking questions based on his testimony. You can testify later. This is just you asking questions based on what he just said.
I'll ask the questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Mr. Morgan, is there a frequently asked question document from LNI that indicate that a zoning permit is not required for a fence that is below the allowable limits of the zoning code?
Okay, ma'am, we need you to speak more directly into the receiver because you're not catching everything you're saying.
Okay, I apologize.
Yes.
Is there a frequently asked question document from LNI which states a zoning permit is not required if a fence is at or below the allowable limits of the zoning code?
Yes, there is a frequently asked questions page on the city website.
And that document, does that document refer to a setback? Which means the distance from the front of the home to the fence, a setback.
I'm not familiar with the document you're talking about.
Okay. Did you measure from the front yard of the home to the fence?
I did not measure from the front of the house to the fence.
Okay. Is there a front yard in the front of our fence?
No, in front of your fence is a sidewalk.
And in front of the sidewalk, is it a front yard leading to the street on both the Bryn Mawr side and the Woodbine side?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? Say that again, sorry.
Is there a front yard in the front of our home that leads to Woodbine Avenue and Bryn Mawr Avenue? Is there some land in the front of our house that has trees and shrubs and things like that? Did you see that when you came up to the home?
Yeah, there are two sides to that property. Yes, it's a corner parcel.
Right. So, but in the corner, so when you walk up to our front door, to the front door of the home, do you go through a fence?
You do not.
Is that fence located on the side of our sun porch? On the side of the property? Step from the corner?
The fence is located in front of the sun. I guess what you are referring to as a sun porch.
Mm-hmm. Behind the walkway. The fence is behind the walkway, correct?
The walkway to
our side walkway.
It's located next to what appears to be a side walkway to your front door.
Okay, that's not the front door. That's the side door. That's the sun porch to the right-hand side of the front door.
I don't mean to interrupt.
Okay, Ms. Wright. Yeah, I was going to suggest, Ms. Wright, that's testimony you can give when you put your case on.
Okay, understood.
I was going to offer to put the photographs on the screen.
Thank you.
Point of reference.
Sure. Okay, so that is a sun porch, and is the fence to the right-hand side of that sun porch?
Right-hand side. Miss Right, I'm not sure. When you say right-hand side, what do you mean?
Okay, there is a walkway leading up to that fence. You see, it's a door beside that. You see, it's right there. That is the side of our home.
Okay.
Our front door is past the bushes to the steps.
Yeah, I think Mr. Fernandez stipulated in his presentation that was in fact the case. So there's no argument there.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with questions, Ms. Wright keeps referring to the fence, which is true. There's a fence, but the fence has two sections. And I believe that a distinction may be appropriate. There's a section that is parallel to that runs from the side porch straight from the front of the house. That is not on the public sidewalk. There is another section of the fence that runs along the public sidewalk that is also facing the street. It's a corner property, so one portion of this fence is facing the public street. Is this correct? And I think we need to clarify, there are two sections to this fence.
Well, actually three, because there's this, of course, there's a another section on the other side. But you're right. And I guess, Mr. Fernandez, that's in terms of the facts of the matter. Just want to be clear that we're referencing that section that's facing the sidewalk, correct? The street.
Right.
Or you're arguing that both sections
So the
apply.
reason why I asked that
No,
question.
no,
about-
Miss, you can't say anything when don't do that.
I apologize.
Yeah, Mr. Fernandez.
Yeah, I would want the inspector to confirm, but my understanding is that if you can see where my mouse is on the screen right now, this portion
Not
that-
quite. Yes. Okay.
The portion that runs parallel with the sidewalk in this photograph is considered the front of the fence, and therefore the requirement that a zoning permit be obtained if it is taller than 4 feet and more than 50% opaque applies.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Mr.
ma'am-
Fernandez, or maybe the inspector, the portion of the fence that is not along the sidewalk, but is along the walkway that leads to the side porch, does that require a permit? I guess that's for the inspector. Is a permit required even when, because it's more than 4 feet and it's opaque, is a permit required for that portion of the fence?
Based on my understanding of the zoning code in chapter 14 and in title 14, a corner lot must be no greater than 4 feet without a zoning permit. From the
No, I
sidewalk, from the property line in the front of the property to the setback, the front setback requirement, which as far as I know, is the front of the structure itself.
I guess you're not answering my question. What I'm seeing is a fence, a section along the sidewalk that is along a public street, right along the sidewalk. For that, you'd need a permit. I'm seeing another section that appears to be in a portion of the front yard that runs from the sidewalk to the side porch of the house. Is a permit required for that portion of the fence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, I think just for clarity's sake, there are multiple permits here. We're talking about zoning permit is one thing. Then there's also a building permit. And in this instance, if you got footings, the height of the fence isn't the issue. It's whether you have footings or not. Mr. Morgan, is that true or am I mistaken?
So a zoning permit is required from 4 foot to 6 foot in the front yard or corner property, corner front yard. Over 6 foot, you would require a building permit of that material, vinyl or wood fencing.
Okay, so if it's 4 foot or shorter, even though you have footings, you do not require a building permit?
Up to 4 foot, up to 4 feet, you do not need you do not need a permit, but it must be no greater than 50% opaque.
Okay. All right.
I think that there's a distinction if it's a masonry fence, then a building permit's required.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
I have a question for Inspector
yes.
Morgan. I just want to verify. I'm just seeing the one picture. I can see where we're discussing the footing along the front of the sidewalk, but the other, and that's one street. Okay, I'm not sure if that's Bryn Mawr Avenue.
No.
No. Okay, so the street here is Bryn Mawr Avenue, correct?
No, I think that's Woodbine.
Right. Okay, and then the corner. You get to the corner. There's another street that runs down, correct? The side.
Yeah, it's not visible in any of these photographs.
It's not legal. What is that street? Maybe the owners can tell me.
It's Woodbine Avenue.
So it is a corner property where the fence is facing Woodbine and the front. No.
No, the fence is facing. My apologies. I should not have spoke out, ma'am. Please answer that.
The fence is facing the side of the fence that you're talking about. That's at the curb is facing Bryn Mawr. The side of the fence, that's facing front is Woodbine Avenue.
It's Woodbine, and they're both the same size fence from what I see. Okay, and it's a corner property, so it's on a corner where both streets have traffic and would have to come to that intersection, correct?
Yes, but we have additional pictures that's different than this.
Well, I'm getting at the point of needing visibility as they come down Woodbine and as they approach Bryn Mawr, or as they come down Bryn Mawr and approach Woodbine, they would need the visibility of the oncoming traffic in either way, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if the front of your house is on Woodbine, why do you have a Bryn Mawr address?
We don't know. We don't know. But
Okay.
we do have pictures, so we'll point out that distinction when
Okay,
we show
all right.
when we show our pictures.
Yeah, I just want to know if you have any further questions for the inspector.
Did you ever approach our door and speak to us regarding this fence? Or
I
make-
did not.
Is there a reason why?
Well, it was in response to a complaint. I just assessed the complaint and made a determination and sent the notice of violation.
What was the complaint regarding the fence?
I don't have the complaint in front of me, but that is the reason we went out there.
You should assume that it's because it's too tall and opaque. Someone complained. Okay. Mr. Fernandez, do you have any further witnesses?
No further witnesses for the city, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Mr. and Mrs. Wright, is your opportunity. Do you
I
have
have one more question for Mr.
ma'am,
Morgan.
ma'am, no. You have to pay attention to what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay. It's your opportunity now to put your case on. And so I'm asking you, do you have any witnesses of your own?
No.
Okay. All right. Now, if you're going to show images, are these things that you've already submitted to us? So the city has them in their file?
No, I did not submit them to the city.
Okay. Before we start then, because we ask everyone to submit their evidence before the start of hearing the week before. So I'm going to ask Mr. Fernandez, does he have any objections?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do object, but of course I understand if the board wants to see the pictures, I would still offer an objection for the record.
Okay. Now, what we're going to do, ma'am, is that as the photographs you have, do you have the ability to share your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Just understand that we will take due notice that you did not share that evidence with the lawyer before the hearing date. Okay.
Yes.
Are either of you attorneys?
No, we're not.
Okay. So we'll give you some leeway because neither of you are attorneys, but the information that you got in the mail regarding hearing had very specific instructions in terms of evidence. So I just encourage you to make sure you read that stuff in detail. Okay. Because it could derail your presentation. Okay. Let's go proceed.
Thank you.
It's your turn.
Yes, I'm pulling up can you see my screen?
Yes. Just can you make it bigger?
Yes, I'm going to try to make it bigger. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. So this is the front of our house without the fence attached to it. The front of our house faces Woodbine Avenue. The side of our house faces Bryn Mawr Avenue.
Okay.
Okay. So the front of our house is on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, you see the sun porch and that I was referring to, which is behind the second walkway from the corner. That walkway is 63 feet from the corner and 47.5 feet from the setback.
Okay, now, do you have any dimensions that you could show us so we can know where you're measuring?
Yes, sir. So this is a picture from Google of our property.
Right.
It shows the back of our house and the side of our house. In front of our house, you see a front yard. So that is the side where the sun porch is and the back of the property, which is why we say that we have a fence on the side and back of the property, not in the front.
Okay.
The front is clear to the street and to the intersection.
So the fence that is in question today doesn't exist on this photograph, correct?
Correct. I'm going to show you the next photo.
No, don't move yet. Don't move yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So you gave some numbers in terms of dimensions. I was asking you, where did you start measuring and where did you end measure? So we have a sense of what you're talking about.
Okay. From I gotta go back.
1 minute.
Okay, so it's sensitive, I apologize. So from, you see the fire hydrant here?
Yes, yes.
From here all the way back to this walkway that you see on the side in front of the tree
Yes.
is 47.5 feet from the corner.
Okay, so from Woodbine, from the curb, are you measuring from the curb?
From the curb to that same point is 63 feet.
Okay, so you just want to be clear. You're saying that what you were defining as setback from the
Yes.
curb to the front of your house is 63 feet.
From
In
the
the front.
curb to the front of our house is 63 feet.
Okay, that's
From
the front setback.
sidewalk-
That's the
yes.
front setback, correct? Okay.
Right, the setback is from the pavement to the walkway. It's 47.5 feet.
Okay,
That's the
front setback is 47.5 foot. Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And what was the other dimension that you gave?
63 feet from the pavement, from the crosswalk to the to here, to our side walkway is 63 feet.
Okay.
Chair, just so I'm clear, the picture she been showing us is not the front of the house?
Now, the photo that she's showing us
saying
at the
that's
moment, the
Right.
photo she's showing right now is before the fence was installed.
Right.
This is a Google Earth photograph before the fence was installed.
And it is not
But
the front of
this
the
is
house,
not
it is
the
the
front.
side.
It's not the front, right?
No,
It's
that's not the
side.
front.
Correct. It is not the front of the house. I have my next picture. My next picture, so this is still the side of the house.
Okay.
So from here, from that walkway, from the walkway by the tree,
Yes.
is the side of our house.
Okay.
From that walkway to past that fire hydrant is the front of our house.
Okay.
Front
Understood.
of our house is located on Woodbine.
Okay.
So where the fence, which is the next picture, or the next two pictures that comes up, you will see that there is no restriction in sight, in the sight lines of a car that comes to the front of our property and around the corner. If you see this little,
Do you have the images? Put the images up so we can
I
see.
do. Okay, I'll go. So right here is why I was asking about the setback of the property. This is the
Wait, I
back of
thought
the
you were
property.
going to the sightline issue. You're not
Oh,
on
I
the
am.
sightline?
Yeah, but
But you
I
mixed
wanna-
in another issue. You're confusing us.
No, the reason why I'm going here is because he's saying that we have a front fence. What we're saying, based on this information from the city, we have a side yard. And in the side yard, it says up to 4 feet in height, there is no, there is not required that we get a permit. For up to 6 feet on the side of our house, it says none. It is not required that we get a permit based on non-masonry, metal, wood, and vinyl. It says that if the fence
What is that you have up? What is that information?
this is information from the city's website.
This is city
regarding-
website information? Wait, just one moment.
Yes.
City website.
Mhm.
Okay, and you're suggesting, now point out where it says none. I just need to see what you're using.
Okay, so it says you will.
Can
it
you
says
magnify that? Can you magnify that at all?
Can you see
Okay,
it?
yes.
Okay, so this is the thing that I was one of the
Okay, just go
documents
through
that-
it. Just go through it. Just go
Okay,
through
it
it.
says you need a permit for certain kinds of fencing. If it's taller than 6 feet, if it's made of heavy metal or masonry concrete, and if it's located directly along the street front. So if it's directly along the street front, which means the corner of the property. Because they also talk about a setback, which I'm going to show you information from the city website about the setback.
But the street front includes the Bryn Mawr view.
It does. It includes the Bryn Mawr. It includes the Bryn Mawr, but it means from the corner.
No, it
Not
doesn't
from where
mean
the
that.
house is.
No. You interpreted it incorrectly. So we'll have the inspector react to that, but I think that may be part of the issue. So read on. I just want to see this issue of you saying taller than 6. I want to see the whole document. Can you scroll up a little bit?
Up, you want me to scroll up? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Non-masonry wood and metal and vinyl. It says side yard, no, none is required, and 4 feet, none is required. Can you see down here where my,
Okay, zoning only, zoning and
Uh-huh.
building, front yard, side yard.
it says
Okay,
none?
rear yard. Can you go back?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, rear yard, 4 foot to 6 foot, none.
None.
Over 6 foot zoning and building. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All
So
right.
they've already established that the fence is not over 6 foot, and we're establishing that the fence is in the side and backyard. It is
That's
not
what you're,
in the
you're
front.
arguing that it's
Yeah,
side and
that is
front
our,
yard.
that is our, yes.
Okay.
And we have more information to show you. So right now, here is the fence from the front of the house. That is up. This is a new fence installed. It's installed to the side of the yard, by
Okay.
the side of the sun porch. So looking at the front of the house to the corner, there is no fence. From here to here to here, where the cars drive around the corner, there is no fence. We have only trees and shrubbery. Right here is the frequently asked question document that I told you about. Here is where it says, a permit is not required if the fence is at or below the allowable limits of the
Okay,
zone.
go before you do that, go back and read the whole thing. It says a zoning permit.
Yes, a zoning
Okay.
permit.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
A zoning,
Magnified, please. Thank you.
can you see it?
Yes.
Bigger now. A zoning permit is not required if a fence is at or below the allowable limits of the zoning code. If you are proposing to exceed the limits of the zoning code, you must apply for a permit. Refusal will be issued, which you can appeal to the zoning board. It says a building permit is required for non-masonry fences that exceed 6 feet. And we don't have that. Our fence doesn't exceed 6 feet. But here is the part that I want you to take note of. It says fences that are located between the street and the building. So from the street, which means the corner, to the building of the lot should be no more than 6 feet.
That says 4 feet.
That's it.
I'm sorry, more than 4 feet in height and no more than 50% opaque. But then there is a note. If the required front setback of the district is greater than the setback of the actual structure, the requirements remains to the depth of the required setback. In all other portions of the property, the fence may be up to 6 feet. And at the bottom, it
Oh, it
says,
says
if a
fence may be no more than 6 feet. Okay.
correct.
Yeah.
If a fence is within 30 feet of an intersection, this is important. If it's within 30 feet of an intersection and 12 feet of a shared driveway, it can be no more than 4 feet. Now, here's the picture. When we talk about the setback, this is the setback where it says 30 feet on the front
Okay, but
of the
where
house,
what is the required setback in your neighborhood?
30 feet.
Where do you see that?
Well, I went by what's on here.
But that doesn't
The
suggest
inspector,
that
the
doesn't say
inspector-
wait. That doesn't say what the required setback is. It just gives me
That
an
is correct.
example.
That is correct. That is why I asked the inspector, did he come and talk to us to tell us that the setback is further back than what's expected?
But I'm asking you, have you determined what the setback is in your area?
I base it on what I see on the city's website.
Right.
We basing it on what we see on the city's website
Okay.
of
Okay.
30 feet.
But that isn't saying that. Okay. For
But
your
our
area.
fence,
Okay.
remember, is 63 feet from the curb and 47.5 feet from the corner. And before we went through this, I called and I spoke to Mr. DePietro when we first got the citation, because I needed to find out what was going on. And he is the one that sent me this information. The commissioner of L&I, he's the one that sent me this information about the setback in the streets and things like that. So this is just one of the documents that we received. But where you see in pink, it says the maximum height with no limit occupancy. So if the fence is more than 30 feet from the corner with the setback, it can be up to 6 feet with no limits on occupancy. And our fence is 47 feet from the curb and 63 feet from the corner. What was explained to us was when you are turning a corner, the car needs to be able to see from both sides of the intersection in order to proceed safely. And in our house, at our house, they can proceed safely because we don't have anything in front of our front yard where they could not. And he told me that is the reason why for the fence. And we don't have a fence in the front of our house, and it starts at the corner. Now, it doesn't say where the house starts, it says where the property starts, and our property starts at the corner.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I request that we go into a session number from.
Hey,
Yeah, okay, I want to hear the rest of their
I want to
testimony,
hear,
then we
Will,
can do that.
yes.
Yes, and I'd also
Mr.
request an opportunity to cross-examine.
Yes, please.
Ideally
Yes, please.
before the break, but with,
Okay,
of course.
No problem, Mr.
discretion.
Fernandez.
okay, ma'am, do you have any additional information?
I do.
Okay,
Would you like, I can continue?
yeah, please, I want you to put your case on, so,
Thank you. So in that particular picture that I just showed you, it talked about the corner and it says it was 30 feet and it had to be in a triangle. There could not be a fence within 30 feet of a triangle of a corner property. So my husband and I, what we did was we measured 30 feet this way, 30 feet that way, and then across to make the triangle. And as you can see, standing back from our fence to the corner, there is no fence in the front of our house. Second picture, I'm standing in the front of my porch, on my sun porch step. From the step to the corner, and you can see the traffic going past, there is no fence there. And the fence, and what that particular thing said to us was, after 30 feet, you can have a fence up to 6 foot. Here are several more pictures from different sides of the front of our house, and you can see the pink diamond. And I'm going to show you the measurements to the diamond. We're getting to that. This is the setback triangle that was shown in that particular picture. In that particular picture, it said 30 feet from one side to the other and then straight across. We measured that. We put stakes in the grass.
And I hate to interrupt the direct testimony, but I would just object to the relevance of this because we're not taking the position that site triangles are responsible for the citation here. The citation.
Understood.
Okay.
Ms.
But what
Monique,
But
no,
what it said in the document.
ma'am,
Yes,
when there is an objection, I have to rule.
Oh, I apologize.
So nobody can say anything until I rule.
I apologize.
Okay. Mr. Fernandez, you're relating to information that you think is in addition to what's relevant to the violation itself, correct?
Yes, the violation was written for a front fence being too opaque and too tall. Site triangles don't come into play in the city's determination that the fence needs a zoning violation.
Okay.
And I do appreciate the effort to measure it, though.
Okay. Your objection is sustained. Ma'am, what I'd like you to do, Ms. Wright, is to get to the issue that's noted in the violation itself. Okay, if you can move on.
Right. So this is what we're saying. Back here, it
No, what I'm
says-
saying is that when I say that, he's objecting to the information that's not related to the violation. So you can't go back to that. I'd like you to move on to the information that's related to the violation.
But what he's saying, this is related to the thing.
But it
because
isn't,
says-
not directly, not directly.
Okay. So the fact that it says anything past 30 feet can be up to 6 feet tall. It says that it can be without a permit.
Yeah,
It
but that,
says any fence-
you've talked to us about that. We've heard that information
Okay.
already.
So
Yeah,
now, so here's the next picture from the city.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I may, we're proceeding and Ms. Wright keeps speaking about the front of the property. I just want to make sure as we proceed, and maybe Mr. Fernandez is going to bring this out, but as we proceed and understand this matter, this property is a corner property. We've been talking about Woodbine Street, Woodbine Avenue and Bryn Mawr Avenue. I know you don't live far from there. I've been there hundreds of times for many different reasons. I know where it's located as well. The issue is in this picture is on page 14786 of my copy of the Philadelphia zoning code, but there's another, and that picture that is not the picture on that page. I apologize. That picture is on page 14785, which is a picture of a house on an intermediate lot. This property is located on a corner property, and I believe different criteria apply. And the issue is, as we proceed, and Ms. Wright keeps talking about the fence and where it's located, there is, as far as I understand it, the rules that are applicable when a fence is on a corner are applicable whether the fence is in the side yard or the front yard, because for purposes of the code, it's section 14706, 3, section A, subsection A, subsection B, it says corner lots. Those standards apply for a fence that's either along the front street or the side street. And the same requirements apply.
Just for the.
Okay, let's do this, because I'm going to ask Ms. Wright to complete her testimony, and then I'll get Mr. Fernandez opportunity to redirect. Thank you, Mr. Pincus. But Ms. Wright, what you have to understand, this is what we're really saying to you, is that the information you've gotten is interesting, but it isn't all directly related to the specific violation. So we need you to focus on stuff that you have that's related to a corner property of the type that where you live, and what does the code say to that? So let's go directly to that, okay?
Right. So the picture that's in front of us, 14706-3, it talks about the front fence, which is showing in the front of the property, and it specifically shows the setback here.
But we don't have a violation regarding your front.
But wait a minute. So what we're saying is our front lot is the front of our house, and it's further back than the setback, because it says anything that's further back than the setback of a property can be up to 60 feet, 6 feet. So we have to take the setback into consideration. It does not say where the house starts. Yes, the house is a corner property, but the actual lot is in front of the house. So what is actually at that corner is a lot. It is not a house. If you go to the corner of Bryn Mawr and Woodbine, it is a lot there. It is not a house.
Okay, we understood.
It doesn't say where the house starts.
Yeah, ma'am, I think we got your measurements. We understood, and your argument is that it's farther than the setback, so you believe that it should be allowed to be 6 foot. Okay.
Right, and the wording states that anything past the setback can be up to 6 feet without a permit.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Oh, and it can be opaque. So I pulled this one up. It says rear and side yard fences may be opaque.
Okay,
and
but again, we're talking about,
front yard setback.
We're talking about a corner house.
Yes, I'm talking about a corner house.
Not the front and side yard. That's different. A corner house has a very different characteristics. So we'll get to that. Let's move on.
Okay. So I'm gonna get to our measurement.
You did that already. You've done that.
Okay, this picture right here shows what we're talking about.
But
the front of the property, the front of the corner of the property is a lot. It is not a fence. I mean, it is not a house. The corner of Bryn Mawr and Woodbine is a lot, and it does not have a fence on any side of it.
Are you suggesting that there's a different building lot, a building lot that is not part of your deed?
No, I'm saying that it is part of our deed, and it's in front of our house.
So it's one lot then. So it's your property's deed is one lot, correct?
Our property has a front yard and a
no.
yard.
That's not the question. The issue is
so
that
yes, it's one lot.
So then there's saying what you just said is incorrect. So let's move on then. Okay.
Okay. Here are our measurements. Right here. Right here, we're showing that according to what the city said, anything past 30 feet can have a 6-foot fence. Here is our 30 feet. And then you go past 30 feet and now you're at the fence. It says anything past 30 feet can have a 6-foot fence, even if it's at the corner. Even if it's at the corner, as long as it's past the setback, you can have a 6-foot fence, as long as it exceeds the setback. That is what the document that I showed earlier says. Anything past the setback can exceed 4 feet, even if it's at the corner.
Okay.
Okay, and this is from the Woodbine side and the Bryn Mawr side. And if you look at this particular picture right here, is 47.5 feet. It's 47.5 feet, which means it's 17.5 feet past the setback. There is no fence.
Okay.
Now, this is what we're talking about when you were asking about the corner lot and the setback rules. Right, it says,
I'm sorry. What are you proposing? What are you showing us now?
so right now I'm showing you that it says, make it smaller. Oh my gosh. It's saying that anything past the actual distance of the building from the front line can be no more than 6 feet. So it's telling us, even though this is at the corner, it says side, rear, and corner, even though the house is a corner property, it has a lot in front of it. And anything past the setback is allowed to be 6 feet or higher. That's what it says right here. No more than 6 feet if it's more than the setback.
Okay, now I'm reading the corner lot that you have here, and it says fences on any side of a corner lot building not facing a street
Correct.
shall comply with the side and rear setback rules set forth.
It-
What about fences that are facing streets?
But what we're saying is,
No, I'm asking a question. What about fences that are facing streets? Do you have that kind of information?
yes, the fence right here, the fence that's, if you have a fence that's facing a street, if you have a fence that is at the corner of the property greater than the setback, then it has to be 4 feet tall.
But
And what we're saying is at the corner. So now, remember,
I didn't ask where it was placed. I just asked facing the street.
Okay, yes, from the street to the house, anything from the street back within 30 feet cannot have a fence. And the picture that I showed, there is no fence
Okay.
in our front lot.
Okay.
There is none. You know, people keep looking at where the fence starts, but the fence doesn't start until after the front yard.
Okay.
The front yard is the start of our property.
Okay.
And that property in that front yard does not have a fence in front of it.
Okay.
That's
You
where
have
it
any
starts, not
you
at
have
the
any
property.
additional information?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So we're going to go next door. So all of this is from the front of my house. I just want to show you pictures that there is no fence in the front of our house. That has been what we have maintained
Now,
from the
Ms.
very
Wright,
beginning.
just because we have a lot of other cases, you've established that already. So
Okay.
any new information?
So here's the new information. Here's the new information. We did a comparison to show you.
No, because we don't have information in our records regarding any other house on this block. We have to focus only on your property, okay?
Okay, well, I
Because
can show you. I can show you.
Let me finish. That address to your left may have gotten violations. I don't know.
It does
And you
not.
may know, but I don't know. And
Yeah.
so your house is what counts.
Understood.
Okay.
But I'm just using this to show you the difference between a corner lot. I'm not, you don't have
But
to
there's
take
no
that.
argument about a corner lot. There's no argument. There's no
Where the
dispute on
fence-
that.
Where a fence is at the corner.
Miss Wright, you misunderstand me. We are not arguing that. We're only arguing the fence that's facing Bryn Mawr Avenue. That's all we're arguing. And whether it has to be lowered if a zoning permit is required, if it's higher than 4 foot. That's essentially what we're talking about. Nothing else. All those other things are nice, but they aren't the instant issue. That's what we're focusing on, okay?
Okay.
All right,
So,
thank you.
That's just,
So
this
those
is-
things
this-
may be all be in violation. They may all be in violation. And they may have all gotten violation notices or will get violation notices.
Well,
understood.
they got zoning variances, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, or they got zoning variances.
So the houses that I showed you, I checked before I put them in my slide. They do not have zoning variances,
Okay.
and they do not have anything. But what
They
I'm
may
trying
get-
to
let's-
show
let's-
you is that these
Listen,
are corner
and I
fences.
understand, Miss Wright. I understand. What I'm going to do is ask that you stand so that Mr. Fernandez can cross-examine you. Okay. Those additional pictures, I know the neighborhood really well, and I see that stuff every day. The issue, though, for your case is whether or not your particular property and those other neighbors, they may get violations and be making a similar argument. So that's unfortunately where we are. We have to sort of narrow it down to your house, okay? Thank you. Mr. Fernandez, you have any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Miss, is it Gray Wright?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Wright, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of points I want to clarify. I'll start off by saying, you made a few references to there being a lot between, I think, your house and Woodbine Avenue.
Excuse me, could you put the picture down? It's not relevant to your questions. If it's not relevant, could you close your screen, Ms. Gray, right?
Okay. So I'm done. I can't show anymore. What I mean-
No.
You saying
Only
close
if there's an additional argument regarding your specific house, you can bring it back up later. But for the moment, we like you to take it down so we can see the other people. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Gray Wright, yeah, there were a few references to a lot. I think you said something like, that's another lot, referencing the land between your house, the actual structure, and Woodbine Avenue. Is that what you said?
I said, yeah, there's a front yard in the front of my house.
Okay,
Yes.
but that is all part of the same parcel, right? So
No, the sidewalks separate.
can you confirm the front yard is part of 2296 Bryn Mawr, just like the structure is, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to call your attention to a document that you shared. Can you see my shared screen right now?
I can.
Okay. Now, you were using this document to talk about setbacks and how far off the fence had to be, how far off from the street the fence had to be, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you look at this diagram, you see the word front setback referring to the amount of distance from the sidewalk that runs along the bottom of the picture to the structure, right?
Yes.
And then you see the same term, front setback, going from the sidewalk that runs along the side of the property to the structure in the middle, right?
Yes.
And if you look at this, you see street over here, street over here. You can see that this is depicting a corner property, right?
I can see that it's depicting a property that's within 30 feet. Right.
Well,
Because if you look at the paint, do you see the paint?
Excuse me, can you just please answer my question?
Yes.
Right? It's depicting a corner property, right?
That is, yes.
Yeah, and I know you're calling attention to the site triangle. I objected earlier saying the site triangles weren't relevant. I promise they're not going to be relevant to the argument I'm getting at here.
Mr. Fernandez, just so long, the picture that we're looking at actually shows twin houses on 2 or 4 adjoining properties. You're speaking and referring to one of those houses that has a corner location on this particular picture that we're looking at or drawing that is a corner property, and it says front setback on both sides of that corner house. I just want to make sure.
Yes. Thank you kindly for the clarification, Mr. Pincus. That's exactly right. In fact, I will clarify my question. Asking about whether it's depicting a corner property, I'm specifically referencing the leftmost structure that I'm outlining with my mouse right now, the leftmost gray rectangle. Okay, so
Can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I answer you? this picture is depicting a house that is at the pavement of the corner. Because you said the front setback, right? And the front setback starts at the pavement. So at the pavement of the house, on the corner of the property, is showing a physical structure, correct? What we're saying is there is no physical structure from the pavement back at our house. This picture, every picture that the city has is showing a physical structure at the pavement at the corner. We don't have a structure at the pavement at the corner of the property.
I'll proceed to my next question. Ms. Gray Wright, it is true that the rectangular gray image you see here is depicting a corner property, right?
Yes.
And the corner property, it doesn't infringe all the way to the property line because as depicted in the photo, there's setbacks on both sides, right?
Yes.
So there could maybe potentially in this diagram, there could be grass here, there could be a sidewalk, there could be something between the street and the actual structure, the building, right?
No, this is showing a house at the pavement at the corner of a property.
Okay, I'll just keep moving along. Ms. Gray Wright, you see here the bottom below on looking at the image below the gray structure, it is shaded outside of the site triangle. It's shaded light blue, right?
Yes, it is.
And on the side along the other street, it's also shaded light blue, right?
Yes.
And then over here in the key, light blue corresponds to maximum fence height of 4 feet and 50% opaque, correct?
Yes, if it's a property at the corner, yes, it is.
Okay, now is my share screen, is it now on the city website? Did it move?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. You were referencing this website, correct? As something you used to guide you?
Yes, I did.
And you referenced how, it has front yard and side yard, and there are sometimes different requirements depending on whether it's a side yard or a front yard, right?
Yes, whether you need a permit, yes.
Yeah, and you concluded from this that so long as you classify the part of your house where the fence is as a side yard, that no zoning permit would be required, right?
No, as long as the part where my fence is in the house is past the setback, and if you read the wording from the other one, if it's past the setback of the property, it is allowed to be 6 feet.
Okay.
From the document that I showed you, as long as it's past the setback, it is allowed to be 6 feet tall without a permit.
Okay.
I can go back to that document on the frequently asked questions, and you can see that it says there is no permit required.
Does the photo, is the photo of your house currently showing on the screen?
Yes, the side of the house, yes, but I cannot see to the corner.
Are you?
I cannot see to the corner.
I think, yeah, no, I understand that this is the photograph I have. Just to make sure I'm not misunderstanding you, you're not saying that this fence right here that runs along, is this Bryn Mawr, excuse me, or
that is Bryn Mawr Avenue.
Okay. You're not saying that this fence is more than 30 feet from Bryn Mawr Avenue, are you?
Yes, I am. That fence is more than 30 feet from Bryn Mawr Avenue. That fence is 47 feet from the pavement and 63 feet from the street. Yes, I am.
From this street that I'm running my mouse along right now?
That is correct.
It looks to me like it's like 6 or 7 feet back from
there. No. That's 6 or 7 feet back from the house. It's not 6 or 7 feet back from the corner.
So
you said it's one parcel, right? So when you go 30 feet one way and 30 feet from another way, it doesn't start at the house.
No,
nothing in their documentation says it starts at the
Ms.
house.
Wright, Ms. Wright, I need you to focus on the question specifically, okay?
So I'll try to rephrase. I'll try to approach it another time. So you see this street where I'm dragging my mouse right now?
Mm-hmm.
That is Bryn Mawr Avenue, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The fence that is closest to Bryn Mawr Avenue,
mm-hmm.
About how far is that from Bryn Mawr Avenue?
From Bryn Mawr, from the corner of Bryn Mawr Avenue is 40.
That wasn't the question, Ms.
Not the corner.
Wright.
It's 47 feet. It's 47 feet.
No. Mr. Fernandez's question was, how many feet is that fence that he was pointing to back on a back from at that where we're seeing it from Bryn Mawr Avenue, not from the corner, but from Bryn Mawr Avenue, where it's situated. If you went from the fence and walked straight from the fence to Bryn Mawr Avenue, you would cross some grass, you'd cross a sidewalk, and you'd be on Bryn Mawr Avenue. His question is, how many feet is that fence from Bryn Mawr Avenue?
We did not measure that. I don't know.
Okay, would you agree that it's
Talking about, Mr. Pickens, and you're correct, Ms. Monique, it's 3 feet from the street.
From the street.
From the
Okay.
street.
It's from the street, not the fence.
Saying the street, right
Wait,
there.
wait a minute, Mr. Tennant, wait a minute. Mr. Hernandez has the floor. I just need him to complete his questioning, okay?
Mr. Hernandez, my
Okay,
apologies.
no, that's okay, Mr. Board Member. Okay, so Ms. Gray Wright, I'll try to kind of cut through things and see if we can address the discrepancy more directly. You will agree that your interpretation of the code that results in no zoning permit being necessary for this fence, you'll agree that that requires defining this as a side fence, right?
Yes, it requires that it is a side fence and a back fence, yes.
And you'll agree that if this were to be considered a front fence, a zoning permit would be required, right?
If it were considered a front fence from the corner of our property, yes.
I'm not asking about the corner of the property.
so-
I'm just saying if let's say that this were a front fence, just hypothetically for this question, you'd agree in that hypothetical situation, a zoning permit would be required, right?
I don't know. I'm only going by what's written. I don't know about the hypothetical. I don't know.
Okay, well, you seemed pretty familiar with the code requirements, but that's okay. I won't push the question. Now, the reason that in your analysis, the reason you decided that this is a side fence, is it because your front door is on this side of the property, is on basically the side of your property that faces Woodbine, not Bryn Mawr?
Nope, that's not the front door of the house. The house that you're hovering over right now is not the front door of my house. It's the side of the property. So when my property stops from the front, where I tried to show you the picture, so you see that, you have to go to the right of the house. Keep going all the way over.
Down. So let me try to rephrase.
So where the house stops, from a front picture of the house, where the house stops, that fence is to the right-hand side of where the house stops, facing front. That fence is to the
Okay,
side.
Miss Wright,
I'll
Miss
do
Wright,
this.
Miss
I'll
Wright,
change
you
the
have
picture.
to let him ask the question, okay? And give very specific answers, then allow him to answer the question.
I've put a picture up on the screen from Woodbine Street, looking at your house head on. We can all
Yes.
agree that this is the front door we're looking at, right?
That is correct.
And the fence is over in this area to the left from the view of this photograph, right? And so what I'm asking
Well,
you.
let her, she didn't respond.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. My apologies.
Yes, it's to the left-hand side, which is yes, it's to the left-hand side of the front door.
Okay, so what I
Yes.
was getting at before is I was asking, is the reason that you consider this a side fence, is it because you consider this the front of your house and that the side of your house? Since the front door is
That
over
is
on this
correct.
side. Okay, now we talked about excuse me, the city website and this guide and how it shows a corner property. I also saw in your slideshow, you cited this section of the code, which is 14706 3B, which is fencing and walls, residential district standards, corner lots. That was in your slideshow, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
You have to say yes or no, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This reads, fences on any side of a corner lot building facing a street shall comply with the front setback rules set forth by Title 14706 3A.1 above for an intermediate lot. Fences on any side of a corner lot building not facing a street shall comply with the side and rear setback rules set forth by 14706 3A.2 above of a non-corner lot. Is that an accurate reading of what the code says?
That's what that code says for a house. The picture that you're showing us is a house at the corner of a property. We're showing you pictures. What I tried to show you in my slideshow, the corner of our property does not have a fence at all. For 47 feet,
Miss Wright,
it doesn't have a fence.
Miss Wright,
Can I-
you have to understand that in this part of the process, you answer his question.
Okay.
You may not like it, but you have to answer his question and not make an argument. Okay. You
Understood.
made your argument when you put your presentation on. It's your turn.
Ms.
Just
Gray, pardon me, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah.
Ms. Gray Wright, I just highlighted 2 words in here. It says corner lot, correct? So you'd agree that it's
It's just
about
a
whether
yes or
the
no,
lot-
ma'am. You can't
Yes.
shake your head.
Yes.
So you'd agree that this code requirement is referencing whether the lot is on the corner, not the structure on the lot. Is that fair?
Yes, that the lot is on the corner.
Okay, I'm looking at, this is now atlas.philo.gov.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Atlas?
I've seen it before. Yes.
Okay, have you ever looked up your address on Atlas?
Yes.
Okay, is this what you saw when you looked it up? This looks about right. I'm gonna see if I can get,
Yeah. That's,
okay. Oh, that's not loading the rest of the map, so I'll stick here to
Yeah.
property assessments. Here in property assessments, you can see property divisions. You would agree with me that your property is the property that is both closest to Woodbine Avenue and closest to Bryn Mawr Avenue, correct?
yes, that would be my property.
Okay,
Yes.
so you'd agree with me that your property, the lot, is a corner lot, right?
The house, yes, sits on the corner lot, but
Okay.
not at the corner.
Okay. I think that, obviously, I think I have no further questions for the appellant, and I'll just reserve a little bit of time in closing argument to
Okay.
explain, to finish the case.
Before we go into executive session, I just want to ask the inspector, is he present?
Yes.
There's something, yeah. Sir, what is the setback requirement on side lots? Do you know what that is?
On side lots,
Yes. Well, on corner lots, what's the setback
So-
requirement?
if I can reference the zoning code for corner lots. Okay, the setback, as far as the zoning code and diagram show, the setback is the structure itself for corner lots in this, under the zoning code.
Okay, so what's the setback requirements of the property from the curb? What's the requirement? Do you know?
Setback from the curb to
Yeah, to the structure.
the structure itself. So from sidewalk to structure,
Yeah, what's the setback requirement? If you know, you know. If you don't, just say you don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know the setback requirement outside of what the zoning code says for corner lots.
If I may, this was put on the record earlier. This is from the FAQ that was part of appellant's presentation. It says, if the required front setback of the district is greater than the setback of the actual structure, this requirement applies to the depth of the required setback. My interpretation of that is that the building is the setback in the grand majority of cases, unless the actual setback is further from the street than the building. So if the actual structure is overstepping the actual setback, what it's supposed to be, then we might require the fence to be even further back than the building itself. But in the grand majority of cases, and I believe in this one, there's been no indication that the limit would be anything other than the actual structure.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let's do this. We will, I believe we're able to go to a breakout room for a few moments. We need to confer. We're going to go back on the record. Thank you. What we would do at this point, Mr. and Mrs. Wright and Mr. Fernandez, we will have closing comments. And Mr. and Mrs. Wright, this is your opportunity to give us any final statements that would help us make a decision in this matter. It would be helpful if you could just summarize And if you have some brand new information that's relevant to your case, you can share that. But this is a chance for you to help us, because we need to decide based on what we've heard from everybody and the facts that have been presented regarding your case.
Okay. So I'm looking at the violation that I got, and then the violation that we got, it says the front fence should be no more than 4 feet and 50% opaque. We spent a lot of time talking about the side fence facing Bryn Mawr, right? Instead of talking about the front of the house, which faces Woodbine, which is what the complaint said. The front fence shall be no more than 4 feet in height and no more than 50% opaque. So if we're talking about the front fence, the front faces Woodbine Avenue. And in that front, when we talk about the setback, since the whole property is one parcel, we're still saying that the front of the property, which is what is in this violation, the front of the property, it says after a certain point can be 6 foot high without a permit. That's what the thing, because they wouldn't have the 3 squares on there. The square in the middle talked about that a 6 foot fence would be appropriate, even on a corner property.
I'm
If it
sorry,
was-
excuse me, Mr. Pincus, I think we've lost Chairman Woodson. I just want to make a
Yeah,
note.
he didn't come
He's
back.
calling me. He's calling me right now. He's calling me right now. Hold on.
I don't know if you want to pause or take over.
I
So-
guess I'm acting chairman. Let us pause for a minute while we try to locate Mr. Woodson and bring him back. If not, I'll continue in his absence, but I think Mr. Wade has got him on the phone.
Excuse me.
Thank you for calling that to my attention, Ms. Robb.
He's going to restart.
My apologies, everyone. Huge glitch. So how far did we get?
Just in the process of hearing closing arguments from Ms. Gray Wright and then from Mr. Fernandez.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. My apologies. Again, Mr. and Mrs. Wright, please.
Yes. So the violation that we got, it said the front fence shall be no more than 4 foot in height. We spent a lot of time talking about the fence that faced Bryn Mawr, which is not the front of the house. But the violation that came to us said the front fence can be no more than 4 feet high. On the documents that I submitted, if you're looking from the front of the house towards Woodbine, in that documentation, it stated that anything past a setback can be 6 feet tall. Now, the conclusion that it started at the house. The documentation didn't say that it started where the property started. It says it started at the corner. They used the word corner. And then they said a setback from the corner can be 6 feet high. And we would just really ask that you would consider that and not just look at the corner, because what that means is that any corner property can never have more than a 4-foot fence, even if you're 100 feet away from the corner. And we know, I know a lot of people said that they are familiar with this area. And if you're familiar with this area, you know that there are no houses around here that have corner properties that have 4-foot fences. All the fences in this property, in this area, have 5-6 foot fences and above.
Thank you. Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, thank you. I'll start by saying that I really appreciate the presentation provided by the appellant. I think it's clear that there was a lot of research and work that went into it. However, the fact is that all of that work was premised on a flawed assumption that renders it all irrelevant to the ultimate determination here. As was presented during cross-examination, the controlling authority here is the zoning code. The city website, it provides a guide, and on that guide, there's a disclaimer that you should refer to the code for the full set of requirements. 14706A.1, that's about the front of lots. And it says, any fence located nearer to the lot line than the required building setback or the actual distance of the building from the lot line. In other words, any fence closer to the lot line than the building shall be no more than 4 feet in height and no more than 50% opaque. Now it's labeled front. It is for the front of for front fences or front setbacks. And I will share my screen so you can see that here. Front. However, if you go down just a little bit further, it says corner lots, and it reads, fences on any side of a corner lot building facing a street shall comply with the front setback rules set forth by 14706.3A.1 above for an intermediate lot. That is what is at issue here. Despite Ms. Graywright's understandable conclusion that the fence in question here is a side fence, because it's on the side of the building, if you're just considering where the front door is, what's actually relevant here is that it's a corner lot. And that means that any side of the property where there is a street opposite the structure, the front setbacks apply there. In other words, any fence there is considered a front fence. So the fence in question today, it is a front fence. It's not a side fence because there's a street on the other side of it if you start from the house. So in other words, if you're in the house, if you're looking out and there is a street rather than another lot, then any fence between you and that street is a front fence. The zoning code is clear here. The guide itself is clear. If you look at it, I think I have it up here. It says front setback and front setback. This was the guide provided by Ms. Graywright in her presentation. Going off her guide, front setback is required for both sides of the property. And that means that the maximum fence allowed is 4 feet high and 50% opaque. That concludes my presentation. I think the evidence as shown, all of it is pretty much overruled by that zoning code snippet, and the fact that it unquestionably says it's a front fence and it can be no more than 4 feet high and it can be no more than 50% opaque. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you very much. And I just want to make sure that I have the numbers accurate here. We're on Bryn Mawr Avenue, correct?
Yes, the appeal that is presented today, that was
31.
just before the board, number 31 on the list. Yes, 2296 Bryn Mawr Avenue.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll poll the board on HA-2022-002879, 2296 Bryn Mawr Avenue. Rodney Wright, Monique Graywright. City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. and Mrs. Wright, your appeal in this instance has failed. However, you may appeal our decision. And if you need information as to how to appeal our decision, call the administrator's office and they will give you the information that you need to appeal our decision. Thank you very much for your participation.
I'm sorry, who are we supposed to call?
If you need information, as to how to appeal a decision of the board, the administrator's office, and there's a phone number on the letter that you got inviting you to this meeting, and tell them that you need information about how to appeal a decision of the board. Okay.
That information will be on the decision letter.
And you will get a decision letter also that will come to you shortly, that will give you the decision of the board, and it will certainly be on that letter as well. Okay?
We got one more question though. What kind of time frame are we talking about being that we lost the appeal, or will we have to take the fence down though?
Well, you know,
give us a little, yeah.
Now, what you should do, you should call the inspector and talk to them about what you're planning to do. The board doesn't have anything to do with what you do after this. That's your decision. Work with the staff at LNI, and they can help you work through that. Okay? Theoretically, there's a zoning variance you can seek that would allow you to keep the fence. So it's your decision as to what direction you go. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
As well.
Okay, Mr. Wade, what do we have next?
We'll recall case number 30. I believe they should be able to participate now.
Okay.
Case number 30, hearing appeal HA 2022-003945, 725 Johnston Street, Karen Anderson.
They were just on the screen. As soon as you called them, they went off.
No one's responding.
Here they come.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Anderson, please put your camera back on.
Hello?
Yes, please put your camera back on.
No.
Miss Anderson, I'm going to place you in the.
Mr. Wade, what was the issue before? Was just bad connectivity?
Yeah, she got on a different device and her husband was visible and could talk. So I don't know. I'm bringing her back in now. Hopefully that will solve it.
Okay.
If not, we
have to continue it if it doesn't.
We have one more case. We have case number 38. Miss Anderson. Miss Anderson. Can you turn your camera back on?
Yes. I am trying to turn the camera back on and it's not working. No, I don't. That's what I say. Maybe.
I just sent you a prompt. I just sent you a prompt.
Start my.
Okay.
Share. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Are they frozen? No. Okay, let's read.
I'm sitting here open there now.
Let's read it again, Mr. Wade. See if we can do this.
I'm right there. No, you can't even see me.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Let's read it in. I'm not sure. Let's see if this will work.
Yes, we can hear you. Case number 30, hearing appeal HA 2022-003945.
Can you hear me? Okay, you can't see me.
Mr. Chairman, I'm unless I'm the only one, I'm not hearing Miss Anderson. She's coming in and out and in and out. I'm not hearing what she's saying at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we could call case number 38.
We can try that, but I would prefer though, if there's There's something happening on her end. I'm not sure what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, something's happening on her end. We can't hear it. We're gonna have to reschedule
Miss-
this.
Miss Anderson, if you want to try a different device, we're going to hear another case.
Okay, put her in a waiting room, see if you can work
Yep.
with it, but let's move on to the next matter.
Yes.
Okay, this is case number 38, hearing appeal HA 2022-003931, 8123 Suffolk Ave, Latasha Pearson.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Lee Bagelman for the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Bagelman, you got the last two. Okay.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Okay, do you have an inspector as a witness, sir?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Inspector Martin.
Mr. Martin, please raise your
Yes,
right hand
sir.
so to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you very much. Place your hand down. Do we have the appellant, Latasha Pearson? You're muted, ma'am. You're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, I said, okay, sorry, I was taking me off of mute. I was communicating because I've only been on here since 1:15, but Latasha Pearson.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Ms. Pearson, are you in a moving vehicle?
Yes, I just came outside to get me some groceries because I've been on this line since 1:15 and I'm recovering from surgeries. So I have to go get me some groceries. So I had came outside just a few minutes ago.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Ms. Pearson, listen to me. Listen to me. Unfortunately, everyone is on because we have 40 some cases of gay. So unfortunately,
Yes, I understand that. So do I need to reschedule?
Listen to me. Listen, Ms. Pearson, you can't speak while I'm speaking, okay? Let me finish. The problem with being on a moving vehicle is your signal will go in and out. We can't have a hearing with you on the bus.
Okay, well, I'm getting off at the next stop so I can do this hearing because I've been on for a long time and I would like to do this hearing. At the next stop, could you let me off so I can finish my hearing, please? Thank you. I know you can't open here, but I'll get off here if you can. I know I ain't supposed to. Well, I'm getting off at the stop because I ain't only been on and I want to fight this case because there's some foolishness going on in my neighborhood. Please let me off right here. I'll tell the police for you, but I'm getting off here to handle this. I'm off.
Okay, Ms. Pearson.
I jumped off the bus on the
Okay,
highway,
all right.
but I'm off.
Okay, Ms. Pearson, just be in a safe place. We don't want you to get hurt. Okay. Now, we read the case in. Mr. Bagelman, let's proceed.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, Inspector Martin.
Hello,
Can you say your name for the record?
Anthony Martin, License and Inspections.
What position do you hold at License and Inspections?
I'm an inspector.
Great. And I'm going to share my screen. Give me one moment. Can you see my screen?
Mr. Bagelman, before we proceed, I'm a little confused, if I may. The appeal that was filed by Ms. Pearson, in her appeal, she states that she's a tenant in the property and the owner and the violation notice was issued to NLD Sunrise Company LLC, Weeping Willow Lane, King of Prussia. I think we need to confirm who it is that's pursuing this appeal and her standing. Do so, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's do this. We have allowed tenants to appeal violation notices written to owners if they're tenants. We have done that before, particularly the cease operation situation. Mr. McSherry, you have any opinion of that?
I would say I would just, you know, if the appellant here, Ms. Pearson, is indeed a tenant and she's, she's being affected by these violations, I would say that she does have standing to appeal them in this case, as we have done in the past.
Okay, but let's do this before Mr. Bagelman. I know you have a set process you want to use with your inspector, but I just want to ask Ms. Pearson. Ms. Pearson, you understand that violations were written? Your hand is in front of your face, ma'am. You mind removing your hand?
I was raising my hand to speak. I don't know how court go, but when you get chance, I can speak because it's a lot of inflicted combination because Mr. Inspector, the inspector, Mr. Anthony Martin, been sitting on my block all day talking with the same people who
Miss
called
Pearson,
license inspections on me.
Miss Pearson, you have to be patient and listen and follow the rules. Okay?
Yes, I am. Thank
And
you,
so,
Lord. Let patience, Lord.
listen, so we have a court reporter. Only one person can be heard at a time. Okay, and so what we want to ask you today, right now, before Mr. Begelman would proceed, the violations. Why are you appealing the violations?
I'm appealing the violation because I've been a tenant there for 11 years and my neighbor's dog is just affecting me where they keep pooping in the dog. The inspector that came out, he gave my neighbors a notice. Come to find out today, he knows my neighbors. He's been talking with my neighbors, my one neighbor, all day since court started at 1:15.
Miss Pearson.
I'm protecting me. You asked me a question. I don't know how far I can answer.
Well, what I need you to do is to say to us clearly, I'm appealing this violation because the violations affected me in a certain way.
Okay.
No
Latasha
speeches.
Elaine Pearson.
No
Okay,
speeches.
well, I'm appealing this violation. It's affecting me.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You
Mr. Begelman,
recording
please.
this?
Ms. Pearson, now if you keep talking out loud, we'll have to mute you, okay? We need you to be quiet. Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. Begelman, Mr. Martin, please continue to sign up the line of questioning.
Okay. And before I keep going, I just want to note for the record that the city does object to Pearson's standing. We understand the board's decision here to proceed as if she does have standing, but just note for the record that because she's not a responsible party of the property owner, we do want to have that objection on the record.
Okay, thank you.
Regardless.
Okay.
Good evening again, Mr. Martin.
How you doing?
Let me share my screen. I'm going to pull up what I previously marked with the board as City Exhibit B. Can you see this site violation notice?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
This is a site violation notice that you issued.
Yes.
What is the date of this notice?
9/12/2022.
And who was this notice issued to?
NLD Sunrise LLC.
But what was the location where
8123 Suffolk Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19153.
And what did you cite? What code section did you cite here?
I cited her for high weeds, PM 15302.
And is this the code language contained on the site violation right here?
That is correct.
Could you read that language into the record, at least the first few sentences?
All premises and exterior property shall be maintained free from weeds or plant growth in excess of 10 inches. You want me to continue?
Read like the next two sentences.
All noxious weeds shall be prohibited. Weeds shall be defined as all grasses, annual plants and vegetations other than trees or shrubs provided. However, this term shall not include cultivated flowers and gardens.
That's great. Thank you, Inspector Martin. And did you personally observe high weeds on this property on September 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna scroll down to what has been previously marked as Exhibit C. What are we looking at here? Can you see that?
Oh, Mr. Begelman, can you change the orientation and magnify a little bit?
Yeah, no problem.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, we're looking at their front yard and the high weeds in their front yard.
And you took this picture?
Yes.
And is there a date on this picture?
9/12/2022.
Great. I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, that was Exhibit E, I believe. Screwed up. And that should have been Exhibit C. This what I'm about to show is previously marked as Exhibit. Should have been Exhibit D. What is this image that we're looking at, Inspector Martin?
It's the same front yard with the high weeds.
And do these weeds appear to be more than 10 inches in length?
Yes,
And you personally took this picture?
yes.
And what is the date that you took this picture?
That picture is 9/12/2022. I mean, it's high right now. She's right. I was sitting on the block.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Martin. And you inspected the property today,
Yes.
and the weeds remain that length or longer?
Yeah, it's a little higher than that.
Great, thank you. I'm going to, hang on while I flip this orientation back around. Show you what should have been marked as City Exhibit E. And one last time, is this another picture that you took of the property on September
Yes.
2022?
Yes.
And does this picture depict weeds of 10 inches or more in length?
Yes, in front of the property. Yes.
Great. Lastly, I'm going to scroll to what should have been marked as City Exhibit F. I don't think you have seen this before, but does this appear to be a appeal application submitted by Ms. Pearson appealing the violation you issued?
Yes.
Do you mind reading into the record Ms. Pearson's reason for appeal, if you can make that out?
I can barely. I had been, what is that? Waiting. I can't read that. I can't see it.
No problem. That's okay. That's all right.
The board, we all have a copy of that, so
Okay.
we all have it. Just keep it there. We can
Great.
decipher from what we have.
That's great. I have no further questions for the inspector.
Okay, Ms. Pearson? Ms. Pearson?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Pearson, tell us why did you submit the appeal?
Okay, because I can enlarge it. It states that I have been waiting on someone to help me put up a fence around, a barrier around the yard to keep my neighbor's dog out of the yard, to prevent the dog from pooping in my yard all the time. I spoke, and I am the tenant. I am the tenant and never discussed this with them. And I want to have, I'm reading off of my paper, other violations. Please accept my appeal. The reason for my appeal, because I had spoke with my neighbors on several times. I had pictures from last year, the year before. I spoke with the landlord just as well. I told the inspector when I came home from work, my neighbor stated that this inspector, Mr. Martin, had gave them a warning and gave me a $300 ticket, which it was in fact me trying to protect their dog. I had the landlord put a barrier around there in which the barrier was broken. I had lived there for 11 years and never had to always had my grass cut. The same person that cuts my grass is high now because the landscaper told me to give the grass 3 days to cut out, 3 days for the grass to dry out because it had been raining.
Okay.
That's
Ms.
why
Pearson?
I had put in the pill.
Okay,
Yes.
Ms. Pearson, as
Yes.
the tenant, are you responsible for maintaining the grass?
Yes, and as the tenant, the landlord can tell you, I've always had the grass cut for 11 years.
Okay, okay.
I've always had the grass
Okay,
cut.
Ms. Pearson.
I was
Okay,
caught.
Ms. Pearson, you answered the question, okay? Now, the second question to you is this. The site violation went to the landlord, not to you, correct?
Right, he went to the landlord.
Right. Now, this board has nothing to do with, nor can we render an opinion regarding the neighbor's dog. We can't do anything about that. All we're going to be able to do is respond to the issue of the high grass.
Can
Okay.
I ask a question? How can the inspector give my neighbor a warning whose field is wider than mine for giving me a ticket? Because he knows them. He's been talking to them all day on my block. Went from
Ms. Pearson?
115 telling them that
Ms.
his
Pearson?
phone broke. This is a
Ms. Pearson?
Jesus.
Ms. Pearson?
Jesus.
Ms. Pearson? We are only here to deal with the high grass. And
that's what I'm
it.
dealing with
Now,
the high, and that's
listen
what
to me, ma'am.
well, how can
Ms.
one person get, how can
Ms.
this,
Pearson?
and I said that to Mr. Martin on the phone when I talked to him, and he gonna say, oh, well, I told him, you told one person a violation,
Mr. Wade,
and you gave me a ticket.
Would you mute her, please? Mute her, please.
I just want to
Ms.
object.
Pearson,
relevance of-
I just muted you, and I did that because I need you to listen to me. The violations that we're dealing with today are violations of high grass, and whether or not the city wrote the appropriate violations or not. That's why we're here today. Now, we cannot wade into any disputes you're having with the neighbors regarding their dogs. That's well beyond our authority to handle. Understand? So we can't do that. Now, you've continued to talk without listening, and so you aren't helping matters at all. Mr. Begerman, do you have anything else you want to, before we proceed?
No, nothing else.
Okay. Unmute her for a moment, please. Please unmute Ms.
I'm asking, I'm sending her a request.
Ms. Pearson, did you hear anything I just said?
I heard everything you said. Jesus is grateful. I heard everything.
Okay. Now you understand that our role here is clearly to deal with the only issue is the violation. Whether or not the inspector gave someone else a warning or whether or not he knows them is not relevant to this matter. The issue is whether or not there's high grass on your front yard or not, and whether that's a violation of the code. Is that the case? On the
That's
two
what
dates
you
that were
say.
affected? Okay. Alrighty. Anyone else have
What,
any questions?
that's what you say. That's what you
Okay.
get. Right is right, wrong is wrong.
Yes.
God knows it all. God knows it all.
Can't hear what she's saying, Mr. Chairman, and
Ms.
I'm sure the
Pearson, you walked-
stenographer.
Yeah, you're still walking, Ms. Pearson, and so we've lost contact. We can't hear you at all. Your connectivity has been lost because you continue to move.
And I'm
So-
sure Ms. Robb is having difficulty recording what she's saying.
Yes. So let's do this.
May I ask a
Does
quick
anyone else?
question? Yes, I have a quick question.
Yes, please.
Ms. Pearson, have you spoken to your landlord about trimming the grasses now since you got the CBN?
I already had someone cut the grass. It rained for a couple days. He said it have to dry out. I've always got the grass cut.
Okay.
He even
Okay.
put up a barrier. He even put up a barrier that they broke down the barrier so the dog wouldn't come in.
Okay, and when did he say he would come back to cut the weeds?
The guy Matt that cut the same people in my block, he said give it a couple days. He was supposed to come yesterday, but it said it was going to rain. I've been getting my grass cut for the last 11 years.
Okay, we understand.
faithfully.
Yeah, we understand that. We're only concerned
Yes,
right
but-
now when you anticipate getting the grasses cut. Now that you have this notice of violation.
Since I had the notice of violation, I've always got the grass cut. I only been waiting for him for 4 days now.
Okay, okay, that's all I wanted to know. And,
'Cause it's
and
called-
when, and when do you expect him to arrive to cut the grass now?
He's coming tomorrow to cut mine and the lady that the inspector was talking to grass.
Okay,
He
excellent.
was coming yesterday, but it caught for rain.
Right,
Can't do
okay.
nothing when it rained because with the other landscaper, he cut his lawnmower and my grass when it got rain
We
doing.
understand that
So he
part.
said, give it a couple days. Okay,
Okay.
it's nothing that I
Thank you
haven't
very-
been doing. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you
God
very
bless
much.
you. You too.
Ms. Pearson, the
Yes.
photos we saw in 2022, the grass is pretty tall, and photos that I think more recent inspection, the grass was tall. So you've had the issue.
You
with
just
your
seen it today.
landscaping, and also the photos we have from 2022, the first photo.
Well, did you go in? We didn't go into my exhibit of photos of the dog in my yard, all the
Because the
damn
dog-
dog. Why we didn't go to? Why we
Because
didn't go
that's
into
not
why?
Ms.
You
Pearson,
asked me why I didn't.
Ms. Pearson, the dog issue is not part of this case. That's why. The dog issue is not part of, we can't do
But
anything
you
about that.
asked the reason why I have cut the grass is the reason why I haven't cut the grass. My exhibit because the dog defecation was in here. I don't understand why it's not a part of the case because that's the reason I hadn't cut the grass. Anybody in that block knows me. You can contact the landlord, even the ones that called on me. I've always gotten the grass cut.
May I
The
ask a
devil is a
question again, Mr.
liar.
Chairman? May I ask a
Yes,
question
sir.
again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Pearson, are you telling
Yes.
us that the grass cannot be cut because there's dog feces in the grass, making it
No.
impossible for the landscaper to go in?
No, I'm not telling you that. I said the grass didn't get cut because it was going to rain. The landlord had put a chicken fence up to keep the dog out, which they broke.
Okay.
The landscaper is coming. He been
Okay,
was coming
okay.
and came after
Ms.
that fact.
Pearson, Ms. Pearson.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is why the chairman is saying we're not going to address the dog feces. If the poop, listen, please. If the dog poop is not the issue for why the landscaper cannot cut the grass, then
The grass, it was going to
excuse me. If the dog feces
grass was
is not
raining.
the reason, I know that. If the dog feces is not the reason why the landscaper can't cut the grass, then we don't need to talk about the poop. You've already told us it's not being cut because the grass is wet and the landscape and the guy's coming in a couple of days to cut the grass. Isn't that
Y'all asked me 2 questions. You asked me 2 questions.
No, I did
Why
not.
was my no, not you, but I was asked 2 questions. Why did I do the appeal? I said about the dog. Then you asked me prior to that, I told you it was gonna rain. It's gonna rain soon.
I understand that.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
trying to explain to you why
Yes.
we're not entertaining information about the dog feces. Okay?
Wonderful. Okay, yes.
So let's just go past that, and we're going to get on to what the chairman wants to discuss now. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, just want to go back to your inspections. When did you inspect the property, and do you have photos of each inspection?
Well, actually, I'm not in that area anymore. And when I took pictures for the blur, there was no place for me to upload it to. So I just sent it to, I believe I sent it to Ron Davis because I didn't know where to send the recent pictures that I just took because it was an SVN and not a case.
Okay, now, Mr. Begerman, which photos did we see then, and who took those?
No, I took all those pictures, but those were the
Okay,
pictures
I'm asking
back
what
when
date
I was in.
What was the date of those photographs?
I believe it was 9/22. All the pictures there postmarked with the date on it.
Okay, so that was September 2022.
Yes.
Okay, September 12th, 2022.
And
Okay.
and Inspector Martin is correct that this was a site violation notice for the condition of the property on September 12th, 2022.
Okay, Ms. Pearson, is that an accurate portrayal, picture of your yard on September 12th, 2022?
Yes, with a dog dug up in the front. That's an accurate picture. The dog digging up in the front. Yes.
Okay, was it
Mhm.
weeds and things and overgrowth? Is that all that fairly true and accurate?
Yes. Yes, and I just looked at my photo, my exhibits down. I sent in when I took a picture of the dog in the yard. He only took one. All the rest of the exhibits is mine for my appeal when I took with pictures of the dog poop and the dog in the yard.
Okay,
That's
now, so
involved from
you,
the dog digging up. I
Okay.
just looked at my email. Yes, some other exhibit pictures is mine. With the picture, when they said do the appeal, they said send it. I sent a picture with the big old dog in the middle of my yard. I sent a picture of all the different piles of defecation from the dog poop. I sent that in with my appeal.
okay, and so the issue of the dog, well, we won't go over that again. I just want to make sure that this, now, Mr. Begerman, do you have any of the 2023 photographs?
I don't, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I just have the 2022. But again, this was a site violation notice for the condition.
On that date, understood. Now, Ms. Pearson, do you have any photographs of your yard today? You're muted, ma'am.
No, I'm unmuted. I don't have any grass. When the inspector was on my block all day today, talking with my neighbor from 115 till his phone died, he should have took pictures because it's not cut because the
Ms.
landscape
Pearson?
didn't come. But when Mr. Martin was on the
Pearson?
block, he should have took pictures.
Ms. Pearson?
He was
this
on
is
it all
not-
day
Ms.
long.
Pearson, this is not a forum for argument. We are not having a casual conversation. This is a forum for formal testimony. And so that will not work. Okay, thank you. Any closing comments, Mr. Begelman?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Ms.
yeah,
Pearson,
no.
we're prepared to vote on your case. Any closing comments, Ms. Pearson? You can unmute yourself if you have any closing argument with new information.
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, and I think we are calling the vote on HA 2022-003931, 8123 Suffolk Avenue, Latasha Pearson, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
Pettit.
No, city affirmed.
Mr. Tennant?
Mr. Tennant's missing. City
Okay.
affirmed.
City affirmed.
All right, thank you. Ms. Pearson, the vote is unanimous, city affirmed, which means your appeal has failed. You can appeal our decision.
Okay,
if you
I see y'all. I'm gonna see y'all in court.
You can appeal our
calling the
decision if you
news.
choose to. And you should use the number that's on the letter that you received with the decision. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next matter. Mr. Wade?
Yep. Just give me
Is
one
that it?
second. No, there's what we're gonna give Mrs. Anderson one last chance before we continue it.
I am going to see this court on the news. Call channel.
I'm gonna
Please,
remove, let me remove her
from the
first.
hearing, please.
Yep.
It's going down. It's going on the news tonight. Nobody's gonna have a job with this bull crap.
Okay, sorry about that. Mr. Tennant's coming back. I think we
Is
can
the-
dismiss Mr.
Is
Martin.
the inspector on this other case as well, Inspector
That's a
Mark?
different inspector.
So we could dismiss him and let him.
And Mr. Begelman, do you have additional, well, Mr. Wade, read it in again so we can have everything concise.
Okay. Last case number 30.
Oh, wait. Can I go?
Not
Yes.
yet. Let me finish it. We'll get to you. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Mr.
Case
Wade,
number
please.
30, hearing appeal HA 2022 003945, 725 Johnston Street. Karen Anderson.
Thank you. Mr. Begelman, who is your witness for this case?
It's Inspector Williams, so Inspector Martin is free to go.
Okay, Mr. Martin, you may leave.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Williams, I don't see his image.
I mean, the Isaiah that you read.
Mr. Chair, my apologies, my battery died on. I'm only
Williams?
What case are we looking at now?
30.
Mr. Williams, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Now, ma'am, just give us your full name, please.
Yes.
Your full name.
Karen Anderson.
We didn't hear you.
Anderson.
Please say that again. Ma'am, please say that again because we couldn't hear you. Okay, this isn't gonna work. Mr. Wade, this isn't gonna work.
She was on a device that was working and she's not on that device anymore. We can continue whatever you.
We're gonna have to continue the case. Ma'am, Ms. Anderson, I'm not sure. You must have changed devices because we're breaking up. We can't hear what you're saying. And the court reporter can't record what you're saying. So unfortunately, we gotta reschedule your hearing. And you need a different device, okay? I'm so sorry about that. We couldn't hear. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, you're breaking up.
You can now.
No. So, Mr. Wade, you can talk to her and reschedule this matter. And for the record, this matter will be continued.
Give me one second on my phone. I'm here.
No, we're done for this evening. It's now 6:51. So we're gonna have to continue that matter. Mr. Wade?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. If there's nothing else. Ms. Rhodes, thank you
Yes,
so much.
Mr. Woodson, my battery died on me on the number 38. What was the number 38?
38.
8123 Suffolk Avenue.
City affirmed.
City affirmed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Good night.
All righty, everyone have a good evening.
Have a good evening, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you to the inspectors for staying so late.
Appreciate it. Yes, indeed.
Yes, thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
much.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, Will.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.